breeze. We should still get to 18, 19, perhaps even 20 across the south, but that wind will make it feel fresher. Those North Sea coasts, some places are going to stick in single digits, and that wind will really make it feel quite fresh. That breeze is still there across eastern Scotland and the Northern Isles on Sunday. Again, some higher at times, but again, for most places, Sunday's another cracking day. Plenty of sunshine. Temperatures are touched down, but the winds are a little bit lighter on Sunday. The winds are easing through next week, and the sun, for most of us, will continue to shine.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there short and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
please bring us up to date.
Or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new Royal Newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning. Trump's tariffs take effect.
A wave of economic anxiety grips the global stock markets as banks warn of a 60% chance of a global recession.
But rumours swirl. The Prime Minister hopes a meeting between President Trump and the King in Scotland can help secure a trade deal. So, is there still hope for Britain?
King Charles is forced to deny involvement with a Chinese spy after being dragged into the Prince Andrew scandal.
The comedian and actor Russell Brand charged with rape and sexual assault following an investigation by the Metropolitan Police. Allegations he denies.
As 30% of teenage girls no longer feel safe at school after lockdown, we're asking how can the government protect them?
Emmanuel Macron, the French president's aides, claim his fragrance is overpowering. So we're going to be speaking to a perfumer to find out how to apply cologne without creating a stink.
As Michael Fabricant, Daley Thompson and other famous faces are set to head into the Big Brother house, we're asking, is reality TV show still relevant?
One of the best midfielders ever to play in this country. That's how Pep Guardiola reflected on Kevin De Bruyne's decade of service at Manchester City after the Belgian announced he'll be leaving the club this summer. And it's Grand National Day. We'll have all the build-up live from Aintree throughout the morning.
It's going to be a beautiful weekend for many of us, but with big contrasts in temperature from east to west. I'll have the latest news on the spring sunshine come up in the forecast very soon.
It's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Nana Acquia, and this is GB News Breakfast.
I'm intrigued by President Macron's smell.
Eau de Macron.
Eau de Macron.
Do you know, my beautiful fiancé, he won't mind me telling you this because he's asleep anyway, so he won't know.
Oh, you got engaged.
But I did. Did you not? Honestly, one time I picked him up and he was in my car and I was like, and he was wearing, I think it's that oud one. Some of those are lovely, but then you can go too far. It's like eating too many cream crackers. You can eat loads and loads, and there's one that sort of tips you over the edge.
No, you see, I don't think you can have too much.
I think you can.
I think you need to really be able to smell it.
You need to be able to bathe in it, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So. Yeah. I said that to you. I bought you some that time. I said you deserve to bathe in this brand.
Yeah, it's lovely, and it's lovely.
He bought you some perfume?
Yeah, for my 50th. Yeah, well, some aftershave, yeah. Because he's a very nice, generous man.
He's very nice.
But I know, I just think, what's wrong with the night with men smelling and being able to notice them? It's nice on ladies.
No, it's too much, though. There's some of them, in particular, some of these new ones, which just literally consume the room and the space, and they stay there forever. And, you know,
good.
It actually, no, it's
Value
not
for
good.
money.
Well, it's not good. I mean,
I used to be like that as a teenager. I used to buy Joop. I used to love that as a teenager.
I used to love jazz.
But that really smells.
I used to love that jazz. Remember jazz on?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Izzy
love
Miyake,
that.
That was if you
Izzy Miyake.
had the budget, yeah.
Proper Essex, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Anyway, we've got this perfumer coming in, so by the end of that, intend to be absolutely soaked in the
Well, I have allergies. I'm allergic to linalool and limonene, and they're in everything.
Well, you can sit in the other corner of the studio while I get sprayed up and down with lovely, lovely
in
smells.
slow-mo.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Right, let's kick off with the news this morning, because Britain is waking up today to Trump's tariffs and a chilling message. There will be blood.
No, that is the warning from investment firm JP Morgan, who claim the odds of a global recession have spiked from 40% to 60%.
The trigger? Well, that 10% minimum levy slammed into place at 5 a.m. this morning, capping off a brutal week for global markets.
Oh, yesterday, America and China declared a trade war. And this morning, Sir Keir Starmer is reportedly in a bid to secure a deal with the United States.
As part of that, it's expected President Trump will be invited to meet the King at Balmoral and play a round of golf at the President's Resort in Scotland.
Well, let's get more with our former Special Advisor, Jennifer Powers. Jennifer, welcome.
Good morning.
It's a bit like Stephanie Powers, but Jennifer Powers.
We have this conversation every time.
Do you say that?
Yes, we do.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought I was the first one to think that up.
Sorry.
You are, yes, the first person ever. No, I'm afraid it's quite age specific. So young people never make this.
They don't understand.
Make this comment because they've never seen Heart to Heart.
I used to love that. It wasn't wider. But listen, let's get to it then. When you look at the way the tariffs are applied, it looked like we had an equal tariff because he had a low 10%, it was 10%. It didn't feel like much was happening. But actually, he's used a very strange formula, and now that 10% does actually mean a lot more. Can you tell us more about what it means?
Well, it's an unprecedented global trade war that Trump has initiated. I guess we shouldn't be surprised because he talked about this and about refashioning the global economy during his campaign. But like a lot of things with Trump, we never know how literally to take him. And in this case, he's been as good as his word and has taken this unprecedented action. And as you said, due to Brexit, we've actually had the benefit of having a 10% tariff across the board as opposed to the 20% that the EU is getting. But having said that, 10% is still worse than 10%. Nothing. And so this will have, if it remains, serious ramifications.
Well, that's the important element to this. I mean, everyone else is fighting back retaliatory tariffs, if they're not imposed, at least being threatened. The UK is playing it very, very calmly, which a lot of people are saying is indicative of a deal.
Well, I have to give credit to the Starmer government, not something I'm prone to do.
Oh, come on, he's done nothing.
Well, in the sense that he's not retaliated, he's, as you said, Stephen, taken a very calm approach. We can only hope that he manages to get a deal, because that would be better for all of us. It would be better for the economy.
Look, what can he do? Of course he can't do anything. His front bench have literally called Trump a neo-Nazi sympathising sociopath, which is not helpful. And they've, at some point, even Peter Mandelson called him dangerous. They've all said something awful, and now they have no power. They've disemboweled themselves of any power at all. So they literally have to sit down and just suck it up.
Well, it does teach us all a lesson, doesn't it? That we should be careful what we say, because we never know if we're going to be in a incredibly important transatlantic trade discussion in our future lives. But no, seriously, so far, I think the government is doing the right thing. As you say, remains to be seen whether we do get a deal. Particularly worrying for whiskey producers and car manufacturers here in the UK, which are two of the industries that would be most hit if those 10% tariff remains. But I think there's a larger problem too, which is, does this create a negative spiral globally? You know, all these tariffs going on all these countries. What does that do to the overall global economy, which we could all reap the repercussions of that?
Which is what made Jeremy Hunt's comments yesterday or overnight last night very interesting, when he said we should become Singapore on Thames. Lower taxes, lower welfare, smaller state, skilled workforce, because then at least if there is a global spiral, we're in a better position to take advantage of it.
Well, I don't know about the Singapore on Thames. However, I do agree with Jeremy Hunt that this is an opportunity for the UK to make serious and significant changes, to get its house in order, because nothing prompts creativity and innovation like a bit of a crisis. So whether the government can actually come good on that and make the changes necessary, big question.
The irony coming from Jeremy Hunt, who presided over a government who literally had the highest taxes we've ever seen until obviously this one. But, you know, it is ironic coming from him. So what can Britain do? Because we don't have any power. And also, how has this been received by the American people? Are they going, yes, well done, Donald, or are they going, hold on a minute, what have you done to us?
Well, that's a fascinating question. And I was reading yesterday that the latest Gallup polling shows that overwhelming number of Americans are actually against the trade war. So they're in favor of free trade. So it's very interesting to see that Trump's agenda on the border, for instance, has huge public support. A lot of the rolling back of DEI and woke has huge public support. But when it comes to his trade war, the public is not on his side. I mean, he's still committed. He's not backing down. However, there is this divergence between him and the public. So that's one to watch. And also how countries respond. Not just Britain, but how, China's a special case, but how some other countries choose to negotiate and what they might bring to the table.
Yeah, well, we shall see. Jennifer, good to see you, as always. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Let's talk to spokesperson for Republicans Overseas UK, Nora Lee Nodson. Good to see you this morning.
Good morning. How are you all?
You're wearing the opposite colours,
yes.
aren't you?
Well, yes, it's like a negative.
Green and white, white and green.
But what is fascinating with this is, as Jennifer pointed out, Trump may be, hugely popular when it came to the election, of course. Winning across the board.
Yes.
However, with this, some of his actions are very popular, but this isn't going down too well. Now, is this because people are feeling it in their pockets? They're bound to in the States.
I think you're absolutely right. We have to separate the state of the economy and the state of the markets. So if you listen to what Fed Chair Powell said yesterday, he said the economy is solid. Payroll numbers were very strong. And it's a wait and see right now in terms of what impact it will have on a global recession, on inflation. The Fed's not going to do anything right now. While Trump is calling for rate cuts, and if you look at the way the market's pricing things, stock markets have lost nearly $6 trillion in 2 days. I think it's about $10 trillion since Trump took office. And they're pricing in more rate cuts than anticipated, which is exactly what Trump wants, because then the cost of servicing our debt goes down. But it's still a wait and see. And if you look at what's happened overnight, Israel's already negotiating a trade agreement. Vietnam said we're lowering our tariffs to zero. Zelensky's come out and said it's not going to impact them. But I think more and more what you're going to see over the weekend is there's going to be a lot of discussions about these tariffs. And
it's a hell of a gamble.
It is a hell of a gamble, but look, Trump had a very strong mandate. He campaigned on peace. He came in really strong, started negotiating a peace deal. He campaigned on the immigration and the border issues, came in strong on that. He campaigned on bringing back critical manufacturing to the U.S., as well as dealing with supply chain vulnerabilities that we have with China or, pharmaceutical industries that are critical to the U.S. So he's got a bigger plan here, and he's very much of the mindset, keep calm and carry on.
Do you know what this is? I think this is just because there's a global order that has been disrupted, and they don't like it. They don't like somebody coming in and saying, you've been doing it all this way, there is another way. I actually think he's incredibly brave, and I would love to see some of the leaders in this country doing things that actually go against the world order, as it were, and support their own people. Isn't this actually brilliant for American industry? Because ultimately, a lot of those companies are now coming into America and setting their bases up there. This is fantastic for the United States in the long run, I think.
I think that's a very important point that you raise, is Trump is not being myopic. This is his last 4 years in power. He's thinking long-term for America. Let's bring back key industry that he thinks is important to the U.S. economy to have some economic sovereignty over it. He says, historically, we have had the lowest tariffs, 3.1%. So if you keep it in perspective, who's the one who doesn't believe in free trade? It's the rest of the world. And our economy alone, in terms of our exposure of our GDP to trade, it's only 11%. Europe is 52%. UK is 32%.
But the issue with it, and perhaps he has got this plan, and it's a gamble, but it's a longer term plan, isn't it? You've got to wait, and you've got to wait. Well, it's got the potential to be good.
Yes.
The problem you've got is the general public, the voting public, don't like to wait when it's hurting them in the pockets.
Yes.
That's the risk here.
No, but you're absolutely right. I was having dinner with a friend last night who's looking at their portfolio. They work for a bank. They're like, oh, my stock's down 20% in 2 days. And it's very myopic thinking. But this morning I read, so TikTok, the sale was put on ice because of this trade war. But Trump is extending the deadline for a deal to get done. And ByteDance has said we're going to wait till the discussions on the tariffs. So they're expecting a resolution to this. So if Trump stays strong on these tariffs, I believe other leaders will come and negotiate a deal.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's quite impressive what he's done there, I have to say.
All right, Nora Lee Nodson, good to see you this morning.
Great to
Very
see you
much
as well.
Indeed. It takes us to our poll of the day. Do you think the world is on the brink of a global recession? We'll bring you live results throughout the day. You can take part by scanning the QR code on your screen. If you're listening on the radio, go to gbnews.com/poll.
Right, let's have a look at some of the other stories that are coming into the newsroom. Comedian and actor Russell Brand has been charged with rape and sexual assault following a year-long police investigation. The act will appear at Westminster Magistrates Court on the 2nd of May. Meanwhile, Brand has responded to the charges on X. He says, "What I never was a rapist. I've never engaged in non-consensual activity."
A US government department has said it's disappointed by the conviction of a UK campaigner who protested outside an abortion clinic. Livia Tosiki-Bolt was sentenced to a 2-year conditional discharge after breaking a public spaces protection order on 2 occasions. The 64-year-old held up a sign saying, "Here to talk if you want," near a clinic in March last year.
The King and Queen will mark their 20th wedding anniversary as guests of honour at a state banquet held in Rome. It'll be part of a 4-day state visit to Italy, starting on Monday. The couple married in 2005 in a civil ceremony in Windsor.
Now we are told in the papers this morning it is going to be a glorious weekend. So let's get all the details with Aidan.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Apart from some low cloud out there during the morning, it's going to be once again a sunny day for the vast majority, feeling warm in the sunshine but feeling cold on the east coast. We've still got this North Sea wind blowing, a brisk wind for southern and eastern parts of the country. The low cloud, inland at least, will burn away by the afternoon, and then it's widespread blue skies once again. But some low cloud will linger across the coast of the north and east of Scotland, as well as northeast England. And here, with that wind, it's going to feel chilly, 8 or 9 Celsius at best. Where we've got the sunshine elsewhere, though, high teens or even low 20s in 1 or 2 spots. So marked contrast in temperature, and for Scotland at least, marked contrast in sunshine and clear skies, with the east and the north seeing some patchy low cloud, whilst cloud-free skies are expected elsewhere. Northern Ireland, barely a cloud in the sky. Northwest England, Wales, likewise, still 16, 17 Celsius into the evening, so very nice end to the day if you are away from that North Sea coast, where we'll see a thickening of the low cloud once again after the sun goes down. That allows it to creep back inland, most likely parts of eastern and southeastern Scotland, but some patches for the Pennines as well. And with that brisk wind continuing overnight, it's going to be a frost-free night for many, but for some sheltered spots in northern England and Scotland, a touch of frost is possible. Then a very similar day on Sunday. We've got some low cloud around at first, particularly towards the northeast. That's going to linger around the coasts of the north and east of Scotland through the morning and into the afternoon, but otherwise it just disappears and blue skies are expected widely. Lighter winds. As a result, it's not going to feel quite as chilly on the east coast, and the high pressure we've got this weekend sticks around throughout much of next week as well, so more sunshine to come.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed Heat Pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning.
Good morning. Still to come, the King is dragged into Prince Andrew's Chinese spy scandal. Stay with us to find out more.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Tomorrow on GB News Breakfast, we've got a treat for you.
It's me,
Angela Rippon.
For just one morning, the broadcast and Strictly Star joins the breakfast team to bring you all the news as it happens.
Nice positive story then.
Another special day here on GB News.
Well, we're still here after the last one.
GB News Breakfast with me, Stephen Dixon, and Angela Rippon. Tomorrow from 6.
Yes, we'll be around for a while.
If you want your news to be straight talking,
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
down to earth,
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
and most importantly, honest,
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get the book thrown at them.
then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity, and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new royal newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. Maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
Please bring us up to date.
or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons,
Very, very curious.
we bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tomorrow on GB News Breakfast, we've got a treat for you.
It's me, Angela Rippon.
For just one morning, the broadcast and Strictly Star joins the breakfast team to bring you all the news as it happens.
Nice positive story then.
Another special day here on GB News.
Well, we're still here after the last one.
GB News Breakfast with me, Stephen Dixon, and Angela Rippon. Tomorrow from 6.
Yes, we'll be around for a while.
It's 6:22 now. The King reportedly held secret meetings with the Duke of York about his plans for an investment scheme run by an alleged Chinese spy.
Now, that is according to a former senior advisor to Prince Andrew, who also claims that Prince Andrew has always had a communication channel with the Chinese President Xi Jinping.
Well, Buckingham Palace insists the King had no knowledge of the Duke's dealing with the alleged spy, Yang Tengbo. The Palace spokesperson saying while His Majesty met with the Duke and his advisor to hear outlined proposals for independent funding over the last year, the individual known as H6 was not mentioned at any time or in any way as part of these discussions.
The allegations were made public after a witness statement in which the courts used to exclude Yang Tengbo from the UK in March 2023 were released.
Let's talk to former Royal Protection Officer Carlton King. Carlton, morning to you. I mean, well, what a tangled web all this seems. What do you take from this? I mean, trying to implicate the King seems a step too far.
Let me just clear a few things up, actually. I'm not a former Royalty Protection Officer. I was a former Special Branch and MI6 officer and officer in Specialist Protection. So those are the 3 areas that I worked in. The Specialist Protection dealt with our leading politicians rather than the royals, albeit I have done some royal work when they needed an intelligence officer to do that work for them. So I just had to clear that bit up. In terms of sort of implicating the King into this, yeah, I think it's a step too far, to be fair. I think that The problem is when you have a system like ours where you have the head of state who is a royal and will always be a royal, and therefore members of that family are connected to that individual. You will always have people who did my work in MI6 trying to get close to those individuals. He may not be Chris, as they used to call him, Chris Yang. He may not be an intelligence officer himself, but he would be of great interest to Chinese intelligence, external intelligence service, if he could get close to a member of the royal family. So you can easily say how that happens. You know, it's the same thing that we do in the opposite direction.
Carlton, what do you think, though? How can Andrew and the King get embroiled in something like this? It seems a bit, it just seems a bit messy. You wouldn't expect the royals to be kind of embroiled in this sort of thing. How can they happen to get involved in this? It just seems a bit odd.
I think the royal family have a lot of connections, and you just said that he had a connection with President Xi. And it's supposedly the case, and I don't know, that the Queen was fully aware that he was sending birthday cards to President Xi. Well, that would be something that's not abnormal. After all, the head of state was the Queen. Her son might be well connected to an individual in the Chinese and in other countries, and therefore it might have been protocol to send something to Xi if he got that connection, because that's kind of, if you will, UK soft power. Now, the blurry and murky bit might be if there was any other financial incentives involved. That then becomes the problematic area.
Is this the sort of thing we can ever actually get to the bottom of, do you think?
I think it's extremely difficult. You know, this guy, I'm going to call him Chris Yang because that's how, as he was known. This guy, Chris, may not have actually known himself that he was actually getting very, very close to the royals for the reasons of the Chinese state. He may have just been, if you will, for want of a better word, a patriotic Chinese individual who then said to Chinese intelligence officers who would speak to him because they knew he was getting close to a member of the royal family and say, you know, what do you know? What has he been saying? And then these little bits, these little chunks, if you will, of information that he was getting may then be put together by the Chinese into a wider package. And that may help them assess how Britain functions.
Yeah, well, yes, it's absolutely extraordinary, the whole thing. Carlton, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. It is a tangled web of stuff, isn't it?
Just seems a bit odd. I don't get the full story of it all. I don't understand certain elements of the connection with this particular individual and Prince Andrew. It all seems a bit, I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
Well, the former advisor to the Duke, Dominic Hampshire, has released a statement saying, for the record, as soon as the Duke of York was advised to cease all contact with Mr Yang, he was known, he fully complied. He did not receive a penny in funding or support, directly or indirectly, from any Chinese individual or entity.
Right.
There you go.
27 minutes after 6 o'clock. Good morning. It's time for the Great British Giveaway, and it's the biggest prize we've ever given away. It is your chance to drive away with a brand new 4-berth motorhome worth over £67,000.
Yeah, that's not all, though. We're going to give you £5,000 in cash on top of that. So if you want to become our biggest winner to date, here's how.
We're making the Great British Giveaway a getaway with a chance to win our biggest prize to date. You could be the proud owner of this Elneg Baron 560 motorhome worth over £67,000. Supplied brand new from Marquis Leisure, you could be exploring Great Britain and beyond this summer and making memories to last a lifetime. This motorhome comfortably sleeps 4, has its own kitchen and bathroom spaces, and comes complete with all of the mod cons you'd expect from a vehicle of this calibre. And that's not all, as we'll also give you £5,000 in tax-free cash so you can get started on your next adventure as soon as possible. For a chance to win a motorhome and cash, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. too. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Think how much money you could save living in one of those.
Oh, well, never mind. I just fancy it. I really fancy. We've always fancied a motorhome holiday.
Oh, I've always, yeah, something like that. That's quite nice.
Yeah, and get about. You can drive about and just stop off at various places. A proper touring holiday.
And then you just get in, and then you can say, "Oh, just stop here and have some lunch." And then
and you can hire one, and it's great to hire one. They're expensive.
Yeah.
But then you can't just have all your own stuff just in it. Whereas if you own one, it's all just ready to go. You can just hop in it.
I imagine you've got a lot of stuff there. I mean, how would you accommodate yourself in there?
Oh, easily. Easily. It'd be lovely. I would love one of those.
Yeah, I would. I mean, like if I was single and didn't have any children, I could probably live in one of those.
Oh. I wouldn't want to live in one.
Oh, could you? Think of the money you'd save.
But a nice couple of weeks touring about in one of those, perfect. You go and live in one if you want.
Well, who's going to look after my kids?
Well, they're old enough to look after themselves.
Yeah, I'd be 7 years old, it'd be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
You'll be all right.
Right now, it's Grand National today. Aidan's going to be here with all the sport, all the details in a moment.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
So the parents in the right, or should they really be taking their kids out during holiday, during end of term break?
Good morning. Yes, it's a real interesting one, but I think there are a few problems with it. There are already 443,000 absences per year. And actually, if they did get their policy and everyone could have this time off, holiday companies aren't here for the fun of it. They're going to just up the prices all year round. And I think that's what this is about. A lot of parents want to grab an absolute bargain. And it's kind of selfish because a holiday is a choice. It's not a necessity. One of the other things they talk about is SEND children also need to have time off. Now, I am a mum of a child who has a disability, so I understand the complex needs with that, but that's a given. You know, that's something to take up with a local authority. It's a you're allowed to have time off if your child has a medical condition. So, yeah.
It's obviously quite a divisive issue, isn't it? It does separate people into two camps. There's people who want to take their kids out during term time to save a bit of cash, and then there's people who think that children should be in school when they're supposed to be in school. How do you think they'll get on with this campaign? Do you think they'll have any success?
Well, I don't think they will, to be honest with you. I think it's too small. And the other thing is it's quite disruptive on the classroom. If you can imagine, I already play catch up because my son has half a day off a week. So I can imagine if that's going on all year round with all the children, trying to keep track of it, sounds an absolute nightmare to me. I mean, personally, I'd rather just go away on holiday on my own without my child and have some relaxation. So that would be my advice to them. Get the granny in.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking,
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
down to earth,
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
and most importantly, honest,
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get the book thrown at them.
then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
All right, Aidan's here at 6:33. Can we have a look at Kevin De Bruyne?
Yeah, well, he's on his way out of Manchester City. The club announced it yesterday. They called him a global icon. Pep Guardiola gave a press conference. It certainly seems as if he's been pushed rather than going of his own accord. He was famously one of those players who negotiated his own contract. So I can't think of any players in the modern era who did so without having an agent. It's very, very rare indeed. But look, he's given 10 years of service to Manchester City. As I said, Pep Guardiola gave a press conference yesterday, and here's his tribute to one of his star players.
There's no doubt he's one of the greatest, for sure, because of his consistency, except the last years, a year and a half, that I had injury problems, and the consistency and in important games and not important games, and every 3 days being there all the time. So that is no doubt.
Is he going somewhere then? Is he actually going to join the club? How old is he?
There are options. So I think he's going to play the Club World Cup this summer, which takes him up to the end of June. Most of these contracts now last as a standard bearing would be around about end of June. So that would allow him to stay for the Club World Cup. Normally we don't see any football in the summer, but this summer is just different from a club point of view. So I think he'll play that. I think, apparently he's got a son who's around about 10 years old, who is an outstanding footballer. And
really?
There's a suggestion that he might, although the riches on offer in the Saudi Pro League might tempt him over there, as they do a lot of other footballers, particularly if they're in their mid-30s. I think my understanding is that he believes it's not the right time to go there, because he thinks that if his son is in Saudi, he's not going to develop properly. He needs to be at a club over here, whoever that might be. I'm not sure if he's associated or connected with Manchester City right now. So I think there's a decision to be made. But look, he's got a couple of months to think about it. There will be offers around Europe. There'll be offers in the Premier League as well. But I think Manchester City will prefer him to go abroad. They don't want to suffer the ignominy of him going to another club in the Premier League and him destroying them next season. So, but nonetheless, it's an end of an era. It's 10 years. I mean, his stats are unbelievable. I mean, 106 goals from midfield in 413 appearances. And as I say, Manchester City called him a global icon of the game. But he was certainly pushed. There's no question about it, because he said on social media, whether we like it or not, it's time to say goodbye.
Oh, that's sad.
There's been death threats made against
James Tarkowski.
From Everton. I mean, what on earth is going on?
Oh no, it's ridiculous. Look, it's not the first time we've seen it, but it was a horror tackle. This is a failure by VAR, because there was a horror tackle by James Tarkowski on Alexis McAllister at Anfield the other night during the Merseyside derby. Tensions are always high anyway. Tarkowski scored the equaliser a few weeks ago in the return game or the first game at Goodison Park, or the corresponding fixture. But look, things have gone above, over the line when suddenly Tarkowski's wife Samantha posts on social media yesterday that her and her husband James Tarkowski have received death threats. She's called it beyond disgusting, and the club have condemned it in the strongest possible terms. Everton face Arsenal today at 12:30. That's the early kick-off. So I think he'll be playing, there's no question about that. But unsavoury in the extreme, you'd have to say that.
What about these grass fires, which have interrupted the Japanese Grand Prix?
Well, the actual race itself is tomorrow. Qualifying is this morning, but it's practice yesterday. 2 track fires. Well, not track fires, they're grass fires. So it's the grass verge behind the pit lane. So it's a cross between, or it's a combination of things. It's the dry weather. It's also the sparks from the car, which are igniting it. And now they've tried to put moisture on there, tried to wet it even further. They're going to try and do that even more today. They can have a response team around it. But it doesn't look good, because, the Japanese Grand Prix, I don't think any of these Grand Prix venues, not many of them are going to be, they're not set in stone. There are lots of countries around the world bidding to have these Grand Prix. If you're shown to be one of those venues that have problems and put driver safety at risk, then I don't think that bodes well for the future.
But haven't they had this before then in Japan?
They have, but just not particularly recently. That's all. They thought it had been dealt with, and it should be something you should be able to manage. I mean, it's not the Suzuka's not a new venue for a Grand Prix. It's an experienced, mature place, and I think it's something that needs to be sorted. But qualifying is underway from 7 o'clock this morning.
Is it McLaren 1-2 though in the final?
Yeah, it's Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri. 1-2, but we'll see how Hamilton does tomorrow.
Well, we got to keep an eye on him. And of course, it's Grand National.
Exactly. We're live there later today with Sophie Reapy. Have you got any bets on?
No.
Do you only bet usually?
I don't normally.
If I go there, then I do take part. Obviously, I never bet more than I can afford to lose. That's good advice to anybody listening.
Exactly.
But I tend to go, and I go where you can actually look at the horses. There's a bit where you can see them all walking around, and then I look at what colours they're wearing. It's so sensible, didn't it? And then I have a chat. Usually, there's some nice chap who's talking about who he's going to go for, and I listen, and then I just put a bet on whoever I think they're saying is the best option. And often I come away from those things quite well off. I tend to do really well, yeah. Because I watch if there's one doing a little limp there, I think, not that one.
Well, love, he's got a limp.
He's wearing a green top, I think, ooh.
When I was 14 back in 1992, this is the only time I've ever won anything on a horse race. I bet on party politics. It was about 3 days before the general election, which Neil Kinnock lost to John Major with a 21 deficit in the House, and I only backed it because it was party politics and there was an election oncoming.
Did you make a lot of money?
£16. That was a lot of money to me.
I thought you were going to say something quite
That was a lot of money to me, I'll tell you.
With that. All right, Aidan, we'll see you a little bit later on. Thanks very much indeed. Now, as we observe Lent at the moment, we're bringing you daily reflections from ministers around the UK.
The GB News Daily Reflection.
One of the most emotional places in our society is the arrivals area at the airport. Every day you can see families, friends, lovers reuniting, possibly after years apart. It can be amazing. There's something about homecoming, reuniting with our loved ones, that's beautiful to see. The Bible's story is one of homecoming. We live away from God's grace and love, and He constantly beckons us home, even sending Jesus into history to help us make our way back. You may not have grown up in any faith tradition at all, so you may think to yourself, what do I have to go back to? But it's not really about that. It's about discovering that the heart's true home is in the love and grace of God. Whether we are returning to something we grew up with or coming back for the very first time, we are coming home.
Oh, I do love that. That's lovely, isn't it?
Yes, I like that.
I'd like to see some more of the workings of the inside of the church, some of the stained glass windows. You know what I mean? Hopefully when we do it next time, they'll do some of that.
Yes, yeah, nice to see a bit more of, actually, the buildings themselves.
Yeah. But if you are in search of some holiday sun, here's the forecast of some of the top European destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries, all sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Although some of the sunniest and warmest weather across Europe is in the UK at the moment, there'll still be some fine weather for parts of Spain. However, an area of rain is moving into Portugal, Madeira, just about avoiding Canaries for Sunday. Further east into central, eastern and southern Spain, as well as Gibraltar, sunny spells. Showers for Italy and for Greece, not as lively as the thunderstorms we saw last week. Then it turns a bit colder for Italy and Greece later next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Tomorrow on GB News Breakfast, we've got a treat for you.
It's me, Angela Rippon.
For just one morning, the Broadcast and Strictly Star joins the breakfast team to bring you all the news as it happens.
Nice positive story then.
Another special day here on GB News.
Well, we're still here after the last one.
GB News Breakfast with me, Stephen Dixon, and Angela Rippon. Tomorrow from 6.
Yes, we'll be around for a while.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
Please bring us up to date.
or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons,
Very, very curious.
we bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody
in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking, this is a nightmare for the Conservatives again. Down to earth. It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it? And most importantly, honest. Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them. Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Tomorrow on GB News Breakfast, we've got a treat for you.
It's me, Angela Rippon.
For just one morning, the broadcast and Strictly Star joins the breakfast team to bring you all the news as it happens.
Nice positive story then.
Another special day here on GB News.
Well, we're still here after the last one.
GB News Breakfast with me, Stephen Dixon, and Angela Rippon. Tomorrow from 6.
Yes, we'll be around for a while.
Yes, looking forward to seeing Angela again tomorrow. It's been a while. Not since Strictly. She hasn't been on since Strictly.
Oh, she's great, isn't she?
She's lovely.
Does the splits and everything.
She's lovely. She's very impressive.
Yeah, I don't doubt at all. I noticed you were twinning as well with your colours.
Yes, not deliberately.
Is it not?
Not deliberately.
Great
no,
minds.
No, I shall see if I can find out what she's wearing for tomorrow. But no, she's lovely. So
Fair
that'd
enough.
be a
Angela,
real.
what are you wearing?
Be a real treat. Oh, look at that graphic as well.
That's pretty.
Very nice. Oh, she's
like that
glamorous.
dress, yes.
She's in her 80s now.
She's 80? No.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
Wow.
And look at her. So brilliant. So really, really looking forward to that tomorrow. That'd be fantastic. So do join us. Right, shall we have a look at the front pages?
Let's have a look. OK, so on the front cover of the Mail, it leads with King Charles being drawn into the Chinese spy storm.
The Times is all about Trump's tariffs.
The Mirror reports on comedian and actor Russell Brand being charged with rape and sexual assault following an investigation by the Metropolitan Police, allegations which he denies.
The Eye leads with global recession fears.
Well, joining us to go through what's making the news is political editor of HuffPost UK, Kevin Schofield, also journalist and political commentator Duncan Barks. Right, shall we start with the FTSE 100? It's been hit by the biggest fall since COVID, dare we say the C word.
Yeah, indeed, and absolute carnage on the markets yesterday. Obviously, not just the FTSE, but worldwide, reacting to the Trump tariffs, which have just kicked in. I think 5 a.m. I think.
Yeah, 5 a.m. this morning.
Here, the world holds its breath. Really, I mean, now that they're in place, we'll find out exactly how it plays out in the real world. But yeah, thus far anyway, lots of nervousness amongst traders, and you can see why, because we're in uncharted territory.
It's this strange thing, because we're not in a crash yet, technically, but we are sort of heading towards what they call a bear market, aren't we?
We are, and it's interesting, people have piled into gold as well, which is, as a precious metal, normally a safe haven. So, the markets have taken a battering. Gold has gone through the roof, and I think, what people want to see is what Keir Starmer's going to do or not do in response to this. I mean, from a personal point of view, I'm a free trade disciple, so I don't think we should be imposing tariffs on against the US. I don't think that is the answer. But I think if you read some of today's papers and some business leaders and stuff, there's a sizable majority of people just going, for goodness sake, don't impose tariffs against the US. That's not what we need as UK PLC.
But if you're if it's to complete free trade, then you've got nothing to negotiate. So what Trump has done is actually put some tariffs up for negotiation.
Yeah.
So otherwise, if it's all free trade, then there's literally nothing you can do with everything. So you've got no power.
I read his book a while ago, about 20 years ago, The Art of the Deal.
Yeah.
There's some debate about how much of it he actually wrote. You can go online and have a look. But, you know, there's a lot of commentary around this weekend saying this is just the beginning of negotiations, right? And if you look at his book, The Art of the Deal, this whole thing about taking the lead, putting people on the back foot, so you have almost like the power and the control to get what you want. So I think this is the beginning of that process.
Well, which you know, fine as a tactic, as a technique. The problem is there is a real cost to that, and the real cost is the market's falling. The inflation. It's a real inflationary pressure everywhere, but particularly in the United States. So the price will be borne by consumers.
By ordinary people and voters. And also people say, well, the markets, what does that matter to me? I don't invest. Well, we've all pretty much got pension pots. So don't, for heaven's sake, look at your pension pot for the next little while, because it'll be worth a lot less than it was last week, because, you know, your investments will have gone down. Now, you hope that eventually they will come back over time. But yeah, it is definitely a worry. And Duncan's absolutely right. What does Keir Starmer do in response? I think instinctively he doesn't want to retaliate. I think you're right, business as well are telling them don't do it, but he'll be coming under an awful lot of political pressure.
But what can he do?
The EU are doing it,
can't do it.
Canada are doing it, you know, so...
But he's fighting for a deal. I mean, this 2016 deal that is apparently 2/3 done or 3/4 done or whatever, I mean... There seems to be a degree of confidence in government that a deal is imminent.
There is. I mean, there's also a view that's been articulated in some of the papers this morning that we missed a trick here by not getting this deal over the line several months ago. It wasn't, to use Boris Johnson's phrase, massively oven-ready, but I think the cellophane had been taken off. So, you know, there's something there. So there is a basis of getting a deal. We know that the UK and US continue to talk. I think it's within everyone's interest to get this deal signed as soon as possible.
It's quite unreasonable to think that we could have got a deal done a couple of months previously, actually, in all honesty. He'd literally just taken office. He was dealing with everything else. Joe Biden certainly was incapable of doing anything. So, no, I don't think that that's a reasonable... Even when people are saying that, I don't think they're thinking about the reality of the situation that we've been facing over the last few months. Shall we move on?
Yes, let's into this spy storm, Duncan, that the King has been...
Yeah, so this is
sort of tenuously pulled into.
Well, yeah, it's relatively complex, this. So Buckingham Palace this morning won't be happy to see this on the front page or indeed the inside pages of some other newspapers. So this is the alleged spy, a guy by the name of Yang Tengbo, otherwise known as Chris Yang as well. That's important because it can get a little bit confusing here, who was a close confidant of Prince Andrew. And we know that this particular gentleman has been banished from the UK because there is a belief that he may be an alleged Beijing agent. All of this has come to light because there's a chap called Dominic Hampshire. Now, Dominic Hampshire was an advisor to Prince Andrew, and he had to give a statement, a witness statement. And this is important because it's why this is on the front page. It's a testimony that was provided by this guy, Mr. Hampshire, to the Special Immigration Appeals Commission last year as this bloke Yang appealed his UK ban. So this is how this has all come out. And what we learned this morning is that King Charles had a couple of meetings with Prince Andrew and his advisor at Windsor Castle. The Mail saying sort of like it was quite, you know, below the radar. They were very careful about going in and not being seen, etc., etc. About this idea of a Chinese-backed fund that Prince Andrew could work with or work for in order to get some cash, because of course he's not a fully functioning member of the royal family. So the headline on the front page of the Mail is King drawn into China's spy storm, and I suspect, you know, Buckingham Palace had rather hoped this story had kind of gone away by now, Kevin, but now here it is on the front page.
Absolutely, and you know the King has tried to distance himself from Andrew over all the other controversies, shall we say, surrounding Andrew, and yet coming back.
It does, and it's worth making the point here. This is from Buckingham Palace. While His Majesty met with the Duke and his advisor to hear outline proposals for independent funding over the past year, the individual known as H6, that's this alleged spy, was not mentioned at any time or in any way as part of these discussions. So that's the line coming out of Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, which sounds pretty reasonable, actually, doesn't it, in the scheme of things. Kevin, are we going to get wind turbines in the Channel?
It seems like it. Yeah, Ed Miliband has stepped in, overruled local objections. Some people saying that these turbines will be dozens of turbines as tall as the Eiffel Tower in the English Channel. I don't get terribly vexed about this, I've got to say. I think that's the way things are going. Fossil fuels are on the way out, there's no doubt about that, and we're going to have to get our energy from somewhere.
But are they? Come on, we found new oil and gas wells, we keep finding them.
No, exactly, but what I'm saying is, though, that politically, I think the move globally...
What I think is really interesting about this is there's an argument here about what it means for democracy, because you have this idea that, you can't appeal if you're a local person.
Yeah. OK, you two, we shall catch up with you a little bit later on. For now, thank you very much indeed.
But first, let's get an update with Aidan. He's got your weather.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Apart from some low cloud out there during the morning, it's going to be once again a sunny day for the vast majority, feeling warm in the sunshine but feeling cold on the east coast. We've still got this North Sea wind blowing, a brisk wind for southern and eastern parts of the country. The low cloud, inland at least, will burn away by the afternoon, and then it's widespread blue skies once again. But some low cloud will linger across the coast of the north and east of Scotland, as well as northeast England. And here, with that wind, it's going to feel chilly, 8 or 9 Celsius at best. Where we've got the sunshine elsewhere, though, high teens or even low 20s in 1 or 2 spots. So marked contrast in temperature, and for Scotland at least, marked contrast in sunshine and clear skies, with the east and the north seeing some patchy low cloud, whilst cloud-free skies are expected elsewhere. Northern Ireland, barely a cloud in the sky. Northwest England, Wales, likewise, still 16, 17 Celsius into the evening, so very nice end of the day if you are away from that North Sea coast, where we'll see a thickening of the low cloud once again after the sun goes down. That allows it to creep back inland, most likely parts of eastern and southeastern Scotland, but some patches for the Pennines as well. And with that brisk wind continuing overnight, it's going to be a frost-free night for many, but for some sheltered spots in northern England and Scotland, a touch of frost is possible. Then a very similar day on Sunday. We've got some low cloud around at first, particularly towards the northeast. That's going to linger around the coasts of the north and east of Scotland through the morning and into the afternoon, but otherwise it just disappears and blue skies are expected widely. Lighter winds. As a result, it's not going to feel quite as chilly on the east coast, and the high pressure we've got this weekend sticks around throughout much of next week as well, so more sunshine to come.
A positive outlook through the night will power through to a bright day ahead. Boxed Home Battery Storage, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Courtesy of Marquis Leisure, you could be driving away with this brand new Elnag Baron 560 motorhome. It comfortably sleeps 4, comes with sky roof, integrated kitchen and bathroom, and is worth over £67,000. And that's not all, as we'll also give you a further £5,000 in tax-free cash to make sure that wherever this motorhome takes you, it takes you there in style. For a chance to win a motorhome and cash, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
Headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight. Every night from 11 p.m.
The Daily Mail.
White glamour model Martina Big, 36, who, quote, identifies as black, quote, after having tanning... I can't do it. Who identifies as black, quote, after having tanning injections, and this is the bit, this is the kicker at the end of it, announces plan to move to Africa.
Yeah.
There's so much to unpack here. This is a woman called Martina Big, who is well-named.
That's her birth name.
That is her birth name, but also the description of her chest. She's spent quite a lot of money getting the largest breasts in Europe. She now, however, has been injecting herself with some kind of pigment or colouring system to turn her from white to black.
Let's have a look. So this is before.
This is before, and then it's quite a shocking shift here. She's been to Kenya to go and meet the Masai Mara. They've christened her. They've given her a baptism, and so she's now believing that she is Kenyan, and she's going over to Kenya. So what is weird about this is it's like, obviously the...
Tell us what's weird about it.
Well, what is weird about it? There's obviously the initial thought of like, that's really inappropriate. This is black-facing, but not even in a temporary way. But then hang on, she wants to be living her true life. So maybe she should be. This is where it's all got tied up in itself. Steve used to be a black woman before to the business. We go to our correspondent.
What's the difference in blackface here and what gender-critical women would call women face, which they would say that's how they address men, biological men, now saying that they're women. They would say it's the same, like Dylan Mulvaney, who is, as far as I know, still an intact male, but sort of prancing around and sort of being this kind of...
like a girl.
Yeah, like oh, I'm a girl and that's very offensive to women.
In fact, this woman actually has a greater claim because evolutionarily, she will have black ancestors.
Of course, we all do.
Yeah, so...
And, according to her, she will, and I'm not a doctor, but she will have black children.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good morning. Trump's tariffs take effect.
A wave of economic anxiety grips the global stock markets as banks warn of a 60% chance of global recession.
But rumours swirl. The Prime Minister hopes a meeting between President Trump and the King can help secure a trade deal. So is there still hope for Britain?
King Charles is forced to deny involvement with a Chinese spy after being dragged into the Prince Andrew scandal.
The comedian Russell Brand charged with rape and sexual assault following an investigation by the Metropolitan Police.
As 30% of teenage girls no longer feel safe at school after lockdown, we're asking how can the government protect them?
Eau de Macron, the French president's aides, claim his fragrance is just overpowering. We're going to be talking to a perfumer to find out how you apply the cologne without creating a stink.
And as Michael Fabricant, Daley Thompson and other famous faces are set to head into the Big Brother house, we're asking, is the reality TV show still relevant?
One of the best midfielders ever to play in this country. That's how Pep Guardiola reflected on Kevin De Bruyne's decade of service at Manchester City after the Belgian announced he'll be leaving the club this summer. And it's Grand National Day. We'll have all the build-up live from Aintree throughout the morning.
It's going to be a beautiful weekend for many of us, but with big contrasts in temperature from east to west. I'll have the latest news on the spring sunshine come up in the forecast very soon.
It's just gone 7 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Nana Acquia, and this is GB News Breakfast.
There's an interesting little piece in, what is this morning? The Star, about photographs. Because we all just take pictures now on cameras and things. And actually, I do quite like the digital photo frames, so they've gone out of fashion. I've got a few of them at home, so you just constantly see the pictures scrolling around and the nice memories.
They haven't gone out of fashion, have they?
Yeah, you can't just buy them anymore. Really? Yeah, they're not like they used to be.
Why do you want one? What do you want that for?
So you can see all your pictures.
Well, you could just put them on, you know, even the phone makes them up for you. There's a little memories.
Yeah, but
does it all
just
for
in
you.
your house. You want it in the house, don't you?
What for?
So you can
You're in
see
the
all your
house.
lovely times.
You just pick up your phone and look at them.
Oh, you are miserable sometimes. Anyway, no, apparently, children who get pictures printed have better childhood memories. There's something about actually having printed photos that makes them stick in the brain a bit more. And plus, they always look a bit dated, don't they? You get the different... When film wasn't as good and all that sort of thing, And you do get that real sense.
It used to be exciting when I'd go somewhere, we'd take some pictures, you'd have to wait about 10 days for a bonus print or somewhere.
Or sometimes they would say, unfortunately, we were unable to process them because something's happened to your ones.
Yeah. Well, they don't like what they see.
That a lot.
Yeah, but I can get that. But the trouble with pictures, actual pictures, is you can't just see them all. You've got to get the albums out, haven't you?
Yeah,
and get the projector out.
I do actually, but I like that. I prefer having the picture with the album. I've got a couple of photo albums, all of me, of course, when I was young as a child. And when you see them in the black and white, you think, it
black
feels...
and white?
Yeah, black and white.
How old are you?
Hi, I'm older than you, actually.
We moved house.
I'm not surprised.
We moved house back in the 80s, and there were loads of black bags outside the property waiting to be removed, and one bag was full of childhood memories, photos, albums, and the bin men took the wrong bags. So there's no record of me. There's no record of me as a child. I was an adult.
Throw them away deliberately?
No. Just take the wrong. It was just an error.
See, that's awful. At least with the digital stuff, you have got it backed up and all that sort of thing.
People think I was born big. Yeah.
I never had you. You were built somewhere. You were just built. Anyway, if you prefer your pictures printed, let us know. gbnews.com/yoursay. Now, we are waking up this morning to tariffs that are in place, Trump's tariffs, and also a chilling message from some people saying there will be blood.
Well, that is the warning from the investment firm JP Morgan, who claim the odds of a global recession have spiked from 40% to 60%.
Well, the trigger, that 10% levy, slammed into place at 5 a.m, capping off what has been a brutal week for global markets.
And yesterday, America and China declared a trade war. And this morning, Sir Keir Starmer is reportedly in a bid to secure a deal with the US.
As part of that, it is expected President Trump will be invited to meet the King at Balmoral and even perhaps play a round of golf with the President in Scotland.
Is this all we've got?
I didn't know if the King even plays golf, does he?
I don't know. He will, though, for Trump. They all will, won't they? They'll do what it takes. So let's get more from former Special Advisor Jennifer Powers. Jennifer, good to talk to you.
Good morning.
So we have woken up to this huge kind of trade tariff. How are people reacting?
Well, business is calling universally for Starmer to hold off and not retaliate with our own tariffs. When you are the smaller economy, there is no way you can win a trade war. So it's good news that for now the government is holding firm and just waiting and seeing if they can negotiate this deal. Having said that, the trade deal with the US has been in the works for many prime ministers now. I remember going back to Boris Johnson, there was, hopes that there could be a trade deal, and he was, going around number 10, very excited about signing a deal. And Liz Truss, of course, is a former trade secretary, in her, very few hours in number 10 was keen to do a deal. And so now we have Starmer doing it. And sadly, at the end of the day, it's not up to us whether we sign a deal with the US. It'll be up to whether Trump wants to do the deal. And so...
But it's what he gets in return.
Yes.
I mean, that's going to be the issue. I mean, I know they came up with these tariffs that they reckon America is being charged of 10% by the UK. I mean, it's not as simple as us just applying a 10% tariff, is it? It's more complicated than that. Trade barriers and all that chlorinated chicken and all the rest of it. However, it's whether we will do a deal on any of that.
Yeah, and this is all part of the negotiation, and let's hope that we have the very best negotiators going out for Britain. And as you said, agriculture will be one of those issues. Also, digital services tax. Yeah. There's quite a lot of pushback from American tech companies that say it's not right that they're taxed on revenue as opposed to profit, and other things like what happens to the car industry and so on. So, lots of areas for negotiation. Will it be palatable to Britain? But what choice do we have? I mean, if we want to preserve our exports to the US, which is a major trading partner, then we might have to swallow some of these changes.
Some of the biggest companies, so JCB, have gone to expand their operations in America rather than, export things to the States. There will be probably a lot of companies doing that, which is what he wanted, wasn't it? That's what Trump wanted.
Yes, I mean, part of the rationale, for as much as we can understand Trump's mind, part of the rationale is that he wants to reindustrialize the US. Tariffs are only part of that. Obviously, the fact that the US has cheap energy is a major opportunity for the US to reshore a lot of their heavy industry. We unfortunately don't have that opportunity here in the UK.
Yeah. The reindustrialising is an interesting concept because there's a lot of sense behind it, in a sense, because all that has been hollowed out by globalisation and by China. However, it takes time. And that interim period is going to cost Americans dear.
And that's what a lot of skeptics are saying. They're saying, look, yes, the US will be hoping to entice manufacturing back in, but Trump is capricious. He changes his mind. What certainty do they have that the tariffs are actually going to stay? He might be using them to a large extent as a negotiating tactic to get other things he wants. So is a company really going to invest hundreds of millions or billions of pounds in building a plant, bearing in mind, he only has 4 years left. He can't run again, despite what he may say.
Well, he could change that, potentially.
Well, it's very difficult to change the American Constitution. So rhetoric aside, he's got four years left. Is it worth these companies putting in the billions of pounds of investment when things could be very different, in a couple of years' time? Question marks.
But isn't it a relief to have a leader who is looking for a long-term solution rather than short-term? I'm only here for 4 years, so let me do something that will only affect me in the short term, which is what we have in the UK all the time, the short-termism. Finally, somebody's looking at it on a long-term projection. That's better, surely.
Well, in theory, I agree with you, absolutely. It's better to take a long-term perspective. He's walking a tightrope, and we don't yet know how that's going to turn out, both for the US economy and the global economy. But I do agree with you. Taking a long-term approach is not something we've benefited from here in the UK, not least because we've had so many changes of Prime Minister over the last few years that things just get delayed on and on. So, yeah, opportunity for Keir Starmer to actually be bold, make changes to the benefit of Britain, and we wait to see if he seizes that opportunity.
But what we keep hearing is that Trump has a strategy, and it's a strange strategy. It's a risky strategy. You do shock tactics like this and generate results with that and negotiate with that and all the rest of it. But in the meantime, JP Morgan saying there is now a 60% chance of a global recession. Well, that is a lot of people paying a very heavy price for this.
Well, indeed, and that's why stock markets had record losses yesterday and Thursday, biggest single-day losses since the start of the pandemic 5 years ago. Globally, governments and business are holding their breath, and import tariffs are a fact, a tax on consumer goods. So it's a price we'll all pay. So we'll see if the long-term bet pays off and if it's worth it for the short-term pain.
Well, the stock markets are probably half upset but gleeful because it's an opportunity, isn't it? When stocks go down, it's a time to buy, especially when they're going to go up very soon, as we all know. So, some of them are probably glad.
Well, don't know. All right, Jennifer, thank you very much indeed. We'll see you later on. It does lead to our poll of the day. Do you think the world is on the brink of a global recession? JP Morgan says yes, basically, a 60% chance. I hope it's not right. Anyway, you can have your say. We'll bring the live results throughout the day. You can scan the QR code on your screen if you're watching on TV. If you're listening on the radio, go to gbnews.com/poll.
Right, moving on. The King reportedly held secret meetings with the Duke of York about his plan for an investment scheme run by an alleged spy.
That's according to a former senior advisor to Andrew, who also claims the embattled Duke had a communication channel with the Chinese President Xi Jinping.
Buckingham Palace, however, insists that the King had no knowledge of the Duke's dealings with the alleged spy. Yang Tembo, with a palace spokesperson, saying, whilst His Majesty met with the Duke and his advisor to hear outlined proposals for independent funding over the past year, the individual known as H6 was not mentioned at any time or in any way as part of these discussions.
Well, the allegations were made public after court documents were heard in open courts. That's where all this has come from. Security expert Will Geddes joins us now. Will, it's lovely to see you. What do you make of all of this?
Well, it's very, very curious, but it's also something which really does come to light to show what the Chinese have as a very well-organized strategy to try and infiltrate positions of power and influence within not only the United Kingdom, but elsewhere around the world. And they have dedicated to the United Work Party, or department, which is this specialist group that is trying to promote commerce. We know for a fact that it's been financed to the tune of about 3 billion by the Chinese Communist Party to try and get into those circles. And we know for a fact that Prince Andrew was incredibly vulnerable at the time that he was approached by H6, or otherwise known as Yang Qianbo.
Seems a bit odd, though, that he managed to get himself involved in any of this. How did that come about? I don't understand why the king kind of made this connection, and Andrew as well.
Well, sorry, I don't know why I got a strange emoji on the screen there, but fundamentally, Nana, it came down to the fact that the Chinese will look at individuals that they see as potentially exploitable, and they call them elite captures. And Prince Andrew at this particular time had this pitch for the palace where he was trying to recover his reputation after that disastrous Newsnight interview. He had been pretty much exiled by everybody. He was being removed from royal duties, and he wanted to try and re-establish himself, certainly within sort of the commerce, the international world. He had so many things running against him that he was grasping at straws, and that was the most ideal time for him to be seen to be communicating with the Chinese, and the Chinese to be offering him some sort of reputable business to be involved in. Unbeknownst to him, that was just a way to ingratiate their way into him. And how these strategies work, very simply, is to puddle jump. It's to get one person who is of influence, to get them to refer them to someone else, to refer to someone else. And that's, again, how they manage to stretch their tendrils, if you like.
Yeah, what do you make of these claims that Prince Andrew had a direct line of communication with President Xi Jinping?
Well, yes. I mean, certainly that has been established now, that he was sending birthday cards and Christmas cards, and these were bits of information, obviously, that were being, that were, again, fortifying that relationship. And again, it just shows the levels of desperation that Prince Andrew was probably at that particular time. So, again, it's one of those things where Prince Andrew has unfortunately opened up the royal family to a considerable amount of embarrassment, and King Charles inevitably wanted to shut this down as much as possible, because certainly the domestic security services, MI5 and international MI6, were certainly warning against it, and that is why Yang Qianbo has been pretty much exiled from the country and told not to return.
What is it that they were hoping to get out of Prince Andrew in terms of information? What relevant secrets could he expose?
Well, again, it's this puddle jump, Nana. It's not necessarily what Prince Andrew could give himself in terms of any valuable or confidential information. It's about the association. So, again, it's like a referral. If you referred me to one of your friends to be able to assist them or help them with something, then they're going to trust your recommendation, Nana. So, in the same way, associating or aligning with Prince Andrew. And again, the way that these intelligence operations can sometimes work is to get them into compromising positions. And we know, for example, that another operation, not dissimilar, but on another level, a honey trap, was run against the UK ambassador in Beijing by a young woman who recorded covertly their interludes together. So again, there are many different ways that the Chinese government will try and obtain economic advantages. And we know something certainly with China is it's getting really under the skin of our commerce, our finance. And again, we had something similar with Caroline Lee, if you may recall, in Parliament, where she was lobbying certain MPs. Again, she was associated to the Chinese Communist Party.
What seems, I have to say, it does seem slightly tenuous is now he's trying to pull the king into this, as is on a lot of the papers this morning. I mean, the fact he was having a meeting with Andrew about his finances, I mean, the palace saying at no point was H6, this man mentioned. The fact that the king was talking to his brother about how he was going to finance himself doesn't seem that unusual.
No, it doesn't seem that unusual, and certainly as Andrew's been withdrawn from royal duties, obviously he's got to pay his bills in some shape or form. So Prince Andrew would be looking for any opportunities he could potentially garnish. So King Charles, much like Queen Elizabeth, would have had the overall responsibility and directive to any other members of the royal family as to who they should be associated with, who they can do business with. And again, when it starts becoming something which is potentially compromising or reputationally damaging, that's when obviously the king needs to step in and say, enough is enough.
Will, really good to see you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the former advisor to the Duke, Dominic Hampshire, has released the following statement in which he says, "For the record, as soon as the Duke of York was advised to cease all contact with Mr Yang, he fully complied. He did not receive a penny in funding or support directly or indirectly from any Chinese individual or entity."
All right, it's 18 minutes past 7. Let's have a look at some of the other key stories this morning. And the comedian and actor Russell Brand has been charged with rape and sexual assault following a year-long police investigation. He'll appear at Westminster Magistrates Court on the 2nd of May. Meanwhile, Mr Brand has responded to the charges on X, saying, "What I never was a rapist. I've never engaged in non-consensual activity."
A US government department has said it is disappointed by the conviction of a UK campaigner who protested outside an abortion clinic. Livia Tashishi-Bolt was sentenced to a 2-year conditional discharge after breaking a public spaces protection order on 2 occasions. The 64-year-old held a sign saying, "Here to talk if you want," near the clinic in March last year.
The King and Queen will mark their 20th wedding anniversary as guests of honour at a state banquet in Rome. It's part of the 4-day visit starting on Monday. The couple married in 2005 in a civil ceremony in Windsor. 20 years and going strong. Good on them, I say.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a true love story, really, the two of them together, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, bless them.
Do you remember the hat?
I do remember the hat.
Fabulous. She did look really lovely on the day.
Yeah, well,
there you go. The King looked very happy as well, or the Prince as he was.
Sometimes I think they look like... Do you remember when they got married and there was that picture of them, their backs, and the crowd? They looked like 2 little teddy bears.
Well, there's the thought.
They did, it was really cute.
Off with the red. That's what I say. All right, let's get a check on the weather for you. Here's Aidan McGivern.
Even though we'll see a cloudy start, it'll be a bright outlook for the rest of the day. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Apart from some low cloud out there during the morning, it's going to be once again a sunny day for the vast majority, feeling warm in the sunshine but feeling cold on the east coast. We've still got this North Sea wind blowing, a brisk wind for southern and eastern parts of the country. The low cloud, inland at least, will burn away by the afternoon, and then it's widespread blue skies once again. But some low cloud will linger across the coast of the north and east of Scotland, as well as northeast England. And here, with that wind, it's going to feel chilly, 8 or 9 Celsius at best. Where we've got the sunshine elsewhere, though, high teens or even low 20s in 1 or 2 spots. So marked contrast in temperature, and for Scotland at least, marked contrast in sunshine and clear skies, with the east and the north seeing some patchy low cloud, whilst cloud-free skies are expected elsewhere. Northern Ireland, barely a cloud in the sky. Northwest England, Wales, likewise, still 16, 17 Celsius into the evening, so very nice end to the day if you are away from that North Sea coast, where we'll see a thickening of the low cloud once again after the sun goes down. That allows it to creep back inland, most likely parts of eastern and southeastern Scotland, but some patches for the Pennines as well. And with that brisk wind continuing overnight, it's going to be a frost-free night for many, but for some sheltered spots in northern England and Scotland, a touch of frost is possible. Then a very similar day on Sunday. We've got some low cloud around at first, particularly towards the northeast. That's going to linger around the coasts of the north and east of Scotland through the morning and into the afternoon, but otherwise it just disappears and blue skies are expected widely. Lighter winds. As a result, it's not going to feel quite as chilly on the east coast, and the high pressure we've got this weekend sticks around throughout much of next week as well, so more sunshine to come.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now, time for the Great British Giveaway, and this is the biggest prize we have ever given away.
Yes, your chance to drive away with a brand new 4-berth motorhome worth over £67,000.
On top of that, £5,000 in cash. So, if you want to be our biggest winner to date, here are the details.
Don't miss out on your chance to win our biggest prize package ever, worth over £72,000. You could spend your summer touring the beautiful British Isles and exploring the great outdoors in this Elnag Baron 560 motorhome. This brand new 2025 model, supplied by our prize partners Marquis Leisure, sleeps 4 people, has its own integrated kitchen and bathroom and a living space that can accommodate up to 5. Plus, we'll also give you a £5,000 cash boost to kit it out to make it the perfect home from home for you and your family. For a chance to win a motorhome and cash, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
I think that's lovely.
Do you?
Yeah.
You would like a little motorhome.
I'd love one.
Just driving off that.
It'd be great for us. We could just say, oh, we'll just have a couple of nights away somewhere and off we pop.
Yeah.
Oh, it'd be lovely. Take the dog.
It's a nice idea. It sounds great until you actually do it, and then
no.
Maybe you could drive to Little Loch Lomond somewhere in Scotland. Scotland's lovely. Or actually, I'll tell you where it's lovely, Holy Island.
Oh, yeah.
That is stunning. It gets locked off by the sea, so it's a little island on its own. You go along the causeway, the sea comes in, no one can get you. Park your little Winnebago there.
It'd be very nice.
Wouldn't it?
Oh, we can dream. We can dream. Anyway, look, lots still to come for you. We're going to be finding out about why a record number of schoolgirls say they don't feel safe. We'll tell you more in a minute.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience, because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits. You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tomorrow on GB News Breakfast, we've got a treat for you.
It's me, Angela Rippon.
For just one morning, the Broadcast and Strictly Star joins the breakfast team to bring you all the news as it happens.
Nice positive story then.
Another special day here on GB News.
Well, we're still here after the last one.
GB News Breakfast with me, Stephen Dixon, and Angela Rippon. Tomorrow from 6.
Yes, we'll be around for a while.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new Royal Newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Tomorrow on GB News Breakfast, we've got a treat for you.
It's me, Angela Rippon.
For just one morning, the broadcast and Strictly Star joins the breakfast team to bring you all the news as it happens.
Nice positive story then.
Another special day here on GB News.
Well, we're still here after the last one.
GB News Breakfast with me, Stephen Dixon, and Angela Rippon. Tomorrow from 6.
Yes, we'll be around for a while.
Nana's trying to convince me now that vegetables have minds.
Flowers have feelings.
Flowers have feelings.
Yes. When you buy a bunch of flowers, they have this, oh, I'm so pretty, but I'm dying look. And that's really sad. Because obviously they've been pulled out.
They're sentient, aren't they?
I think, look, we don't know that, but maybe, you remember the Triffids?
Yes, I do remember the Triffids.
Well, what do you make of them then?
It was science fiction. It was science fiction. It wasn't real, that, Nana.
Yeah, but there could... I just think that we need to reconsider when people are saying, oh, I'm vegetarian, I don't like to hurt anything. I'm like, yeah, but what about all the trees and the plants and things that you're, you know, having to extract these things from?
Well, yes, but you either die, you could all just lay down and die.
Or just eat meat.
Or just eat meat. You can eat meat if you want to. I don't object to anyone eating meat.
No, but I think when people think, oh, well, I'm not hurt because I'm protecting animals and things like that.
It depends why you're vegetarian.
Well, exactly. If that's the reason, I'm thinking, well, you're killing flowers, plants. Well, they have feelings too.
But they don't have feelings.
You don't know that, though. How do you know that they definitely can't feel any pain?
Because we know they're not sentient.
Yeah, but maybe they're on a different level to one that we have not yet reached. There's so many things that we thought we knew we've discovered are wrong.
I mean, you can't argue against
flowers have
the insanity of it all.
The insanity. Flowers may... anyway, look, I think they might have, but anyway.
All right, there you go. Well, you're going to have to give up eating flowers.
No, I'm
That's
not giving up anything. I know they've all got feelings. I'm eating them anyway.
You don't care?
I don't. No. I'm sorry. I have feelings too. When I'm hungry and I feel to eat, I eat.
Fair enough.
Whatever I want.
Now, a recent study has found 1 in 3 teenage girls in England no longer feel safe at school. Now, that's a significant jump, 20% up, actually, or thereabouts, than before the pandemic.
Now, this all comes from a report. Declining emotional engagement among secondary school girls has been a critical issue.
So, can the government turn it around? What actually is there to turn around?
Well, let's speak
on this one.
Let's speak to the head teacher at the LVS Ascot, Christine Knief, who joins us now. Christine, good morning. Now, Christine, my daughter, she's 16. She goes to school. I don't get the sense that she doesn't feel safe. Well, tell us a bit more about this.
So I think with any survey, you have to look at it with caution because we're only looking at a snapshot of that survey. And this was, I think, carried out in 2023, which is a couple of years ago. When you look at it, and I read the research, the engagement for boys has also declined as well, but not as much as girls. So therefore, the headline is that girls are feeling unsafe. Now, if you look at the international statistics from the reports that have been done over the last couple of years, it's really interesting to see that 69% of pupils feel unsafe in Japan compared to 11% in Finland. And I think the UK comes in at about 30%. So there's always caution there. And it also doesn't look at the reasons why. This was done a post-COVID study on school engagement and emotional health and well-being.
Yeah, I mean, because the why is the big question here, isn't it?
Yeah, Yeah, and you can see why. We're still coming out, we're still having the effects of COVID. It was 5 years ago, but we're still seeing that attitudes towards schooling has changed.
Seems, I think they need to be, when they're coming out with these sort of reports, they need to be a bit more specific and clearer about this, because those sort of headlines mean that, young girls will be frightened to go to school, and maybe there is a level of that, but I think they exist in that environment, so they are used to that. So, do you know what I mean? If I was going to school these days, I think I might feel a bit unsafe. Really? First of all, I'm too old. But I'd be like an old woman sitting in the corner. But do you know what I mean? If you're used to that environment, it doesn't feel alien to you, so most of them are comfortable with it.
I do think that these issues have always been there, but we're reporting on them a little bit more. There's a lot more kind of media coverage on this for various reasons at the moment, which we all know about. And I think when I read it, I thought this is a bit sensational. I think those issues have always been there. We're just doing more about it, researching, because we're looking at the effects of what COVID did on schooling and attitudes. And attitudes to schooling has changed. There's less engagement in school for all the reasons that we know, that it's very easy to be absent from school these days because of the technology, because we are experiencing quite a high level of mental health in schools as well. But we've just, as head teachers, got to focus on an all-inclusive culture where pupils feel safe. And I do think it's going to be variable where you are in the country. Some head teachers this morning are going to go, yeah, do you know what? I can see that happening in my school. And others are going to say, no, it's not. It's not happening.
How do you tackle that then? Because, do you have to acknowledge that some people don't feel safe? Do you have to challenge them and try and convince them that they are safe? I wonder how much of it is a genuine fear, and how much of it is actually people sort of jumping on the bandwagon is the wrong phrase. But if their friends say they feel unsafe, well, they'll say the same thing.
I think it's, what we just say is it's really easy, excuse me, for us to be at home in an environment. So, for example, I'm talking to you right now in my home environment and I feel comfortable. If I was in the studio today, I'd probably feel a little bit more vulnerable, because the home environments and learning online is safer. So it's very easy to say that when you're with a lot of people in a large environment, that when you're asked on the survey, how do you feel? You would probably psychologically feel a little bit unsafe compared to home environment. So we've got all those environmental factors. I know that probably sounds a bit confusing, but there's so many different considerations to take into how children answer surveys too. So for example, if it's done on a Likert scale, so you've got a various amount that you can say whether you disagree or strongly agree, or you sat on the fence, or that can be interpreted in very different ways as well. So we've got to be careful on how the surveys are done, where they're done, what time they're done, with who, what's the demographics. In every survey, there's valid research. There's also flawed research.
Yeah, that's how this is coming across to me. Yeah.
OK. Ms Cunliffe, which I always have to say to a head teacher, very good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
See me after school.
No, she'd be saying that to you.
Yes, she would be.
Got it the wrong way around.
Well, I know, but it's getting me on back after all these years. I've got a lot of. I tell you what, a good head, and certainly Ms Cunliffe seemed like she was very much on the ball. A good head is crucial to how a school functions.
That is so true.
It all comes from the head, and then the teachers will follow a good head.
No, that is very true. My son's school, the head teacher, he was amazing. He moved to another school, but he was excellent. And when you have that, there's a real lovely sense of cohesion throughout the school, and there's a sense of direction. Very important.
Yeah, which actually is going to be good for the pupils as well, isn't it? In terms of, I don't get the feeling unsafe thing. Maybe it's the language, it's the terminology about whether you're safe or not. You're slightly less comfortable at school than you would be at home, yes, because you've got more pressures. It's the use of the word safe.
Yeah, and that depends what the context is. But my favourite head teacher, Mr Jevons, he was my head teacher at Tyrrell School. He was amazing. I mean, he's no longer with us now, but he taught me how to do a round-off and backflip. And I was the first pupil ever to do a round-off and a backflip in a sequence. And he sort of guided me. He was my gymnastics teacher as well, Mr Jevons, bless his heart.
Oh. Yeah. There you go. I was never taught that at school, I have to say. Right, it's Grand National today. We're going to be talking to our reporter, Sophie Reaper, who's at Aintree in just a minute.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
We're seeing on the screen now some of the elements of the board. Some of the things that have been discovered have to do with transport. We've found quite a lot of wagons, haven't we, and wheels. Now, is this quite unusual?
It is, and, you know, we don't know, because we've got the iron tyres but not the wheels and the vehicles, whether these were wagons or chariots or both. But to the extent that some of them are almost certainly wagons, then that is a first for Iron Age Britain. So, you know, it's very interesting. And to find this quantity of objects together is really unusual.
Would you like to speculate on why so many objects have been found in one place?
Well, it could be that they are the remains of funeral pyres. There have been no human remains found with them, but we know that with, you know, one of the Iron Age rituals was to deface and burn objects which would then be presumably taken to the afterlife. It was at the side of the road leading up to the enormous Iron Age hill fort of Stanwick. And maybe it's something like that. I like to think of it as potentially the Appian Way in Rome, where the tombs lined the road on the way into the city. But that's a bit fanciful.
And one of the things we can deduce from this is wealth, can we not?
Absolutely.
I mean, these people have jewellery, they have sophisticated household items, and they have these vehicles which are pretty sophisticated.
Yeah, exactly.
These were rich people.
They were, and the quality of the objects, the horse bits are quite oversized compared to what we normally find, and they are embossed with coral and enamel, and that, again, is unusual and indicative of wealth and trade links as far as the Mediterranean.
GB News, the People's Channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your-say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Aidan's got the sport, 7:39. Should we talk horses?
Yeah, why not? Have you backed anyone today?
No.
That's my horse face.
Could do it. Yeah, do you want a sugar lump?
Yeah, actually, I will, actually. Thank you.
Yeah, why the long face? No, I'm kidding. Listen, it's one of those races. It's the iconic race of the year, I would argue.
Yeah.
Still. And despite concerns about safety down the years, numbers as well were a key thing. I mean, don't forget Cheltenham just last month, numbers were down because the prices were so high. It was blamed on the cost of living and just the prices of the concessions. I don't think there's any problems today because Sophie said yesterday, who we'll speak to in a moment, said there's going to be about 50,000 people over the weekend. In fact, we can cross live to Sophie now, who is at Aintree. Sophie.
Good morning to you all. Well, it's still pretty chilly here at Aintree this morning, hence my coat and my cup of tea. I'm not quite ready to reveal the full outfit yet because it's just too cold. So perhaps in the 8 o'clock hour you'll get it. We'll reveal that. But we're gearing up here at Aintree for the big day. We were here yesterday for Ladies' Day, but of course today it's all about the Grand National. That is the one that everyone likes to have a flutter on, that everyone will be watching. Of course, lots of bookies favouriting I Am Maximus, who took the title last year. Will he be able to do the double like Tiger Roll did back in 2018-19 and of course Red Rum iconically did back in 73-74? This year it's the 177th annual Grand National, so many years. We're honing in now on 2 centuries worth of a Grand National, and it's always just such a brilliant day. The people of Liverpool and beyond always get behind it. They love coming here to Aintree and just soaking up the atmosphere. We're hoping for a sunny day. The sun is just slowly making its way into the sky. We're hoping it'll be warm, it'll be dry, and the atmosphere, as always, will be electric here at Aintree.
And Sophie, I was flicking through The Sun earlier on. I saw a picture of you in your resplendent outfit yesterday. Are you braced for an extra level of fame later on when people start spotting you?
I'm not quite sure about that. Quite a few people have sent me various outlets who've used that image from yesterday. So it's an honour, actually, to be featured. I never really expected that. But yeah, very nice, and it's nice to have it recognised. You know, a lot of effort goes into these outfits.
Absolutely.
I know. Another day, another hat, Sophie. It's very impressive.
There was like a little mouse hat the other day. It was really sweet. It was really lovely colour as well.
You see, you bring the glamour to GB News, Sophie.
She does, yes, she does.
All right, we'll catch up with you a little bit later.
I try.
Looking forward to seeing what the outfit is this time when the coat
Grand
comes
reveal
later.
in the 8 o'clock hour.
I know, looking forward to that.
Yeah, exactly.
What else is going on sports-wise today?
Well, I think we have to mention Kevin De Bruyne, don't we? Because he's had 10 years at Manchester City, 16 trophies, 106 goals in 413 appearances from midfield. What an outstanding contribution he's made to the success, not just of Manchester City, but also of Pep Guardiola's reign as well. It was a key tenet of that rebuild job that Pep Guardiola did, having, after City had won 2 Premier League titles, but were beginning to lose their way slightly, and he really pulled them up by the bootstraps. He'd been at Chelsea before that, hadn't really impressed. He'd been at Wolfsburg, where he did better. The jury was out when he came back to the Premier League, but nonetheless, he's gone on to have 10 years of sustained success. He's been called by the club itself a global icon of the game. I think we can hear from Pep Guardiola now. This is what he said in his press conference yesterday, reflecting on that news.
There's no doubt he's one of the greatest, for sure, because of his consistency, except the last years, a year and a half, that I had injury problems, and the consistency and in important games and not important games, and every 3 days being there all the time. So that is no doubt.
So that's Pep Guardiola there, reflecting on the career of one of his star players. Really, I think he's going to stay to compete in the World Club competition this summer, because I think his contract goes up until June the 30th. In terms of where he goes from here, well, he's been linked repeatedly. In fact, he said last summer that he quite fancied going to the Saudi Pro League, but I think a spanner has been thrown into the works by the fact that his son, who is about 10 years old, he's got 2 other kids as well, is really showing a good aptitude for football and could even be...
But he's kind of 33. That's quite old, isn't it, in terms of footballing?
Not anymore.
Not anymore?
Not anymore. No,
Is
sports
it?
science is seeing, I think the next decade or so, I think the average age will push towards late 30s now for footballers.
Really?
I really do, yeah. And these guys are fitter than they've ever been. Someone like Kevin De Bruyne didn't really rely on pace either. So a player like that, who's not as dependent on his mobility around the pitch, he could even go, even further than that. I mean, you've seen Ronaldo now. I mean, built like a Superman, of course.
How old is Ronaldo these days? He's been around for ages.
72.
Is he? That's what I thought. Even older than you.
Yeah, he dropped his bus pass on the pitch the other day.
How old is he?
He's about 39, 40.
OK, that's not...
Like that. Well, he made his debut at United age 17 in 2003. Okay. So I think he's about 39, but I'll check that for you later on. But yeah, I think he could go to the Saudi Pro League, but I think he's worried that it will affect the development of his son if he goes abroad at this stage.
OK. Aidan, thanks very much indeed. We'll see you later on. Paper's heading away in just a minute, but first, here's the forecast for the holiday hotspots.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Although some of the sunniest and warmest weather across Europe is in the UK at the moment, there'll still be some fine weather for parts of Spain. However, an area of rain is moving into Portugal, Madeira, just about avoiding Canaries for Sunday. Further east into central, eastern and southern Spain, as well as Gibraltar, sunny spells. Showers for Italy and for Greece, not as lively as the thunderstorms we saw last week. Then it turns a bit colder for Italy and Greece later next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Tomorrow on GB News Breakfast, we've got a treat for you.
It's me, Angela Rippon.
For just one morning, the broadcast and Strictly Star joins the breakfast team to bring you all the news as it happens.
Nice positive story then.
Another special day here on GB News.
Well, we're still here after the last one.
GB News Breakfast with me, Stephen Dixon, and Angela Rippon. Tomorrow from 6.
Yes, we'll be around for a while.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Tomorrow on GB News Breakfast, we've got a treat for you.
It's me, Angela Rippon.
For just one morning, the broadcast and Strictly Star joins the breakfast team to bring you all the news as it happens.
Nice positive story then.
Another special day here on GB News.
Well, we're still here after the last one.
GB News Breakfast with me, Stephen Dixon, and Angela Rippon. Tomorrow from 6.
Yes, we'll be around for a while.
Right, let's see what's making the papers at 7:49 with Kevin Schofield and Duncan Barks. Morning, Kevin.
Morning.
To the Mail, looking at small boat migrants.
30,000?
Yeah, I mean, this is a big problem for Labour. It's nearly topped 30,000 since Labour came to power last July. Now, there's a really interesting graph on the page in the Daily Mail. It's showing month by month and how linked it is to the weather, basically. So in January and February, numbers came right down because the weather wasn't great. But March, which I believe was the sunniest March on record, it shot back up again about 4,500 over the month. April, so far, the weather's been great, so you can imagine it's going to go up again. And Labour, they came in on a promise to reduce all migration, illegal and legal, cancelled Rwanda, said we'll smash the gangs. But you're not going to do that overnight, if at all. And, unless they get to grips with it, then they're going to be in an awful lot of trouble.
Well, they cancelled Rwanda overnight, literally, didn't they?
Well, they cancelled that overnight.
And then they haven't smashed the gangs.
Smashing the gangs. That's not... You can't just flick it.
It's just a phrase you keep hearing coming from the Labour front bench and from Starmer. We're going to smash the gangs. And I think one of the biggest mistakes was cancelling Rwanda, because that acted as a deterrent. And they cancelled that very quickly. And now you continually hear that Yvette Cooper and others are
talking about potentially looking at some kind of other deterrent. There was something in the
It's
paper
similar
a few
to
weeks ago
Rwanda,
about
yes.
processing people, I think, in the Balkans.
Well, they've been talking to Italy. Italy are doing something.
Yeah.
Is it Albania, I think? Maybe?
I think so, yeah.
With Albania, so they're looking at that as a potential alternative.
Well,
But the thing is, the difference between that and Rwanda was meant to be a deterrent. And people keep saying, oh, well, there was only 300-400 spaces. But the point is, once you start sending some people there, people think, oh, hang on a minute, I don't want to do this. It's a deterrent. So you don't ever need the amount of capacity.
Sure.
But there is the possibility
But
of
also,
people
it's
being
not just
sent
about border security, it's a cost to the nation.
Absolutely.
Because you've got people coming to this country illegally. Labour said they were going to end the use of putting people up in hotels. Well, that's been extended. And I think it's about £5 million a day or something, you know, that's costing the taxpayer.
Now, if I want a day off work tomorrow, Duncan, which I'm not going to do, but should I want to, I can, according to the Mail, I could get a sick note from my doctor by applying for one online.
You can. So the Mail have got this story. It's quite bizarre. There's some really interesting quotes from people who have been spoken to. But essentially, you've got 56% of applicants given these sick notes after a chat on the phone, 37%, applying online, 13%, or following a virtual consultation. So the Mail is making the point it's never been easier to get a sick note. From a GP's perspective, they don't necessarily have the time to sit down and talk to you for 10 or 15 minutes. So actually, if someone phones them up and says, I'm not feeling too good, there is this leaning towards, well, let's give them a sick note, because there's a concern here that if they don't and there's some kind of mental health issue, there will be a backlash. But there's some quotes here in the paper about how the system is abused, in the words of patients and also medics. So you've got a nurse here saying it takes 2 minutes to sign a sick note and 20 minutes to explain to someone why they shouldn't have a sick note. They're hard-pressed, the easier option, let's give a sick note. You've got a patient here saying there are people who are cheating the system when it comes to fit notes, and this is costing taxpayers a large amount of money. And another one here from a GP simply saying if somebody comes and they say that they're very, very stressed and they want some time off work, I don't really question that. And of course, the impact of this is what it means for particularly business and growth. We have an economy that's in a very unhealthy place at the moment. The private sector predominantly drives growth. And if people are able to get a sick note by just saying, I don't feel very well, I'm not coming in today, that impacts on the performance of a business.
Absolutely, especially when the government is trying to grow the economy.
Exactly that.
And it's likely to take a hit because of these tariffs, at least in the short term. Then, you know, this certainly doesn't help.
What do we do? Just crack down on it? Just so they cannot be issued unless you hit X, Y and Z?
Well, yeah, but then as Duncan says, it's one thing saying that, but if GPs are under pressure to see more patients, you can absolutely understand why they're like, it's much quicker just to sign off on it. So the GPs will turn around and say, well, hang on a minute, you're telling us not to do it, but how are you going to give us the time to actually...
Perhaps they should charge people a bit of money for those sick notes and their appointments to begin with.
Yeah, ooh, controversial. But
I would go with that.
Right, you two, thank you. Short and sweet. We'll see you a little bit later on.
Thank you.
Here's the weather with Aidan.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Apart from some low cloud out there during the morning, it's going to be once again a sunny day for the vast majority, feeling warm in the sunshine but feeling cold on the east coast. We've still got this North Sea wind blowing, a brisk wind for southern and eastern parts of the country. The low cloud, inland at least, will burn away by the afternoon, and then it's widespread blue skies once again. But some low cloud will linger across the coast of the north and east of Scotland, as well as northeast England. And here, with that wind, it's going to feel chilly, 8 or 9 Celsius at best. Where we've got the sunshine elsewhere, though, high teens or even low 20s in 1 or 2 spots. So marked contrast in temperature, and for Scotland at least, marked contrast in sunshine and clear skies, with the east and the north seeing some patchy low cloud, whilst cloud-free skies are expected elsewhere. Northern Ireland, barely a cloud in the sky. Northwest England, Wales, likewise, still 16, 17 Celsius into the evening, so very nice end to the day if you are away from that North Sea coast, where we'll see a thickening of the low cloud once again after the sun goes down. That allows it to creep back inland, most likely parts of eastern and southeastern Scotland, but some patches for the Pennines as well. And with that brisk wind continuing overnight, it's going to be a frost-free night for many. but for some sheltered spots in northern England and Scotland, a touch of frost is possible. Then a very similar day on Sunday. We've got some low cloud around at first, particularly towards the northeast. That's going to linger around the coasts of the north and east of Scotland through the morning and into the afternoon, but otherwise it just disappears and blue skies are expected widely. Lighter winds. As a result, it's not going to feel quite as chilly on the east coast, and the high pressure we've got this weekend sticks around throughout much of next week as well, so more sunshine to come.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Courtesy of Marquis Leisure, you could be driving away with this brand new Elnag Baron 560 motorhome. It comfortably sleeps 4, comes with sky roof, integrated kitchen and bathroom, and is worth over £67,000. And that's not all, as we'll also give you a further £5,000 in tax-free cash to make sure that wherever this motorhome takes you, it takes you there in style. For a chance to win a motorhome and cash, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
Britain's newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
Grandma was taking Violet Grace crossing the road and got hit by a driver. What speed was he doing?
At 83 miles an hour in a 30 zone. Violet was thrown 50 metres up in the air, up the road. She went to hospital and sadly, she had brainstem death plus other injuries. And yes, sadly passed away and donated her organs on the 26th. It was Mother's Day that year, so she donated her organs to save the life.
And the monster who was driving that car got 9 years and 4 months. How did that make you feel?
Well, he did. On the face of it, he got 9 years and 4 months, but actually he got discounts for pleading guilty, even though within 3 hours he was on a flight to Amsterdam because he wanted to go and clear his head and smoke some weed.
You have 2 other small children, but what has the impact been on your life, and how might it have been different if you felt like justice had been served?
I think for us, and this is one of the reasons we're campaigning for us, I don't think any sentence would have been enough. But what we're trying to do with the campaign is what would have made us feel better if we would have felt protected and looked after as victims. We were in court, we were told we get to write what's called a victim impact statement, where it's supposed to be you as a victim, how this crime has affected your life. We were told we had to edit it. We were told we couldn't call him a child killer, which he was. He'd already pled guilty to, but wasn't sentenced, so we weren't allowed to call it him. Becky wanted to talk about all of Violet's injuries. We were told we weren't allowed to do that because it might upset him in court. It might...
Hang on, might upset who? The killer?
Aidan McAteer and Dean Brennan might upset them in court because we have to keep it as a level thing. So already, as victims, we were feeling this is supposed to be a victim impact statement. This is supposed to be us telling you how the court and the judge, so we can sentence properly, how it's affected our lives. So already we were told not to expect that.
The People's Channel.
Good morning. Trump's tariffs take effect.
A wave of economic anxiety grips the global stock markets as banks warn of a 60% chance of a global recession.
But rumours swirl. The Prime Minister hopes a meeting between President Trump and the King can help secure a trade. So is there still hope for Britain?
King Charles is forced to deny involvement with a Chinese spy after being dragged into the Prince Andrew scandal.
The comedian Russell Brand charged with rape and sexual assault following an investigation by the Metropolitan Police.
And de Macron. The French president's aides claim his fragrance is overpowering. We'll be speaking to a perfumer to find out how to apply cologne to avoid a stink.
And as Michael Fabricant, Daley Thompson and some other famous faces prepare to head to the Big Brother house, we're asking, is the show still relevant?
Good morning, it's Grand National Day and we'll have all the build-up live from Aintree throughout the morning.
It's a chilly start here at Aintree, but as the sun rises, we're racing towards another Grand National.
Indeed. Elsewhere, one of the best midfielders ever to play in this country. That's how Pep Guardiola reflected on Kevin De Bruyne's decade of service with Manchester City after the Belgian announced he'll be leaving the club this summer.
It's going to be a beautiful weekend for many of us, but with big contrasts in temperature from east to west. I'll have the latest news on the spring sunshine come out in the forecast very soon.
It's just gone 8 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Nana Acquia, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Do you like hot food?
Yeah.
Spicy?
No, I can't take it.
Yeah.
I've got a geographical tongue.
My
Awful.
threshold has risen over the years. I'm more tolerant of it now than I was, say, 20 years ago.
You've got a geographical tongue. What's that mean?
Yeah, it means like you've got like sort of divots in your tongue that look like the map of the world. So if you eat spicy food, it goes into the divots, and it's like as though someone poured acid into like a cut or something.
Oh, right.
Yes,
No, well, you're on your own, Nana.
Yeah.
I hate spicy food.
Because Britons are hooked on fiery food.
Ugh.
The nation is undergoing a Scoville shift. That's moving up the scale used to measure the heat from chili peppers. Apparently, we're much, much braver when it comes to trying spicy foods.
It just ruins the taste of the food. I don't understand.
No.
How you can sit there like eating this thing, your mouth is on fire, your face is on fire, and yet you want more of the food. Then when you try and cool down the fire with water, for example, that doesn't work.
Water makes it worse.
Makes it worse.
I remember ordering a chicken korma when I was at university.
But they're mild.
The first time I had Indian, I was going, I don't know if I can handle that. That's a bit.
What, a korma?
Yeah.
There's no spice in a korma.
I know.
He didn't know
Even
that
I
at the
can
time.
eat chicken korma.
But anyway, there you go. So there you go. Apparently, this is actually from a soft drink company has done this survey for some unknown reason. But we are getting also spice shame if you're out with your mates and they order hot food and you don't. You feel spice shame.
I went to an Indian with a mate of mine. He ordered chicken and chips. They had to go to the freezer and find it. They weren't even sure they still had it on the menu.
No.
Wow.
Oh,
Spicy
I love
shame.
going for curry.
Yeah.
No, I can't do that. It's too spicy. But apparently, the food isn't actually hot. It's just something that sends messages to your brain to tell you to feel heat in your mouth.
Yeah,
So it's not actually spicy. But then tell that to your
It's not
fingers.
physically
Tell
hot.
that to your fingers when you put it on your fingers, and then
Yeah. Yeah.
and touch something or someone. Your eyes.
Yeah.
And touch your eyes.
No, don't touch your eyes. Not when you've cut chilies. That'd be very bad. Very bad.
Or anything else.
Right, now, Britain is waking up to Trump's tariffs this morning and a message that might put a bit of chill in your spine. There will be blood.
That you can say some chili in your spine.
Oh, well, that'll be all right.
Now, that is the warning from the investment firm JP Morgan, who claim that the odds of a global recession have spiked from 40% to 60%.
Well, the trigger to all of that 10% minimum levy slammed in place at 5 o'clock this morning, capping off what has been a brutal week for global markets.
Well, yesterday, America and China declared a trade war, and this morning, Sir Keir Starmer is reportedly in a bid to secure a deal with the US.
As part of that, it's thought Donald Trump could be invited to meet the King at Balmoral.
Well, let's get more from former Special Advisor Jennifer Powers. So, Jennifer, what more can you tell us about all of this?
Well, the government is hoping that with the invitation to Balmoral, that they'll be able to sweet-talk Trump into giving us a good trade deal. And it might well work, because we know that he loves having his ego flattered. And to have a second state visit, he had one during his first term as US president. But this one's quite special because Balmoral has only been visited by one other sitting US president, Dwight Eisenhower, back in the 1950s. And it actually coincides with a golf course opening, a new golf course at one of Trump's resorts nearby in Aberdeenshire. So it could work out, it all could work out quite well.
It's a bit desperate if that's all we've got.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, come on.
I don't know.
If that's all we've got, it's like giving a teacher an apple.
But we have got more, haven't we? I mean,
What else
I mean,
have we
even
got?
Nigel Farage has been outlining, which would seem to be true, this trade deal that was nearly oven-ready from 2016, which didn't happen partly because of the Biden administration.
Yeah, and you know, Biden did not have a good opinion of the UK. You know, he very much played up his Irish roots, and there was really no possibility, no realistic prospect of a trade deal while Biden was in the White House. Didn't happen first time around with Trump either. This time, obviously, Trump is staking his presidency on resetting the global trading system. And that's something, a long-term belief he's had, that the current trading system disadvantages America, which is not true on all metrics, but that's what he believes. So yeah, there's an opportunity, and I have to very respectfully disagree with you. I think rolling out the red carpet is good negotiation tactics. We know Trump loves Scotland. His mother was Scottish, and he loves the pomp and circumstance.
But my point is, that's all we've got.
Well,
I mean, that's desperate. That's nothing, is it? I just think.
As opposed to what?
Well, we haven't got anything else, have we?
You've got to play the card. You've got to play the cards you have. So I agree that is one card. What else can we do? Well, we know that Trump wants three other things. He wants companies to sell down their U.S. Treasury bonds because that will help deflate the dollar. He knows that. We know that he also wants companies to reduce barriers on U.S. exports.
Yeah.
And that's already having an effect with many countries around the world, including Vietnam, reducing their trade barriers. And third, he wants companies to put tariffs on Chinese goods. So he wants to really reshape global trade. So we have those cards. We may not wish to play them, but we could.
We could potentially play the card where we don't get closer to the EU. And they might even try and tamper with our freedom of speech laws. J.D. Vance was, getting involved in all of that. I think they're going to use the things that they don't like about this country as leverage, not just the king.
Yeah, that may well be the case. I mean, we've seen that already on the economic side with the Trump White House saying that they don't like the digital services tax. A lot of the tech bros have come out in favor of Trump, and they've got his ear. And so that's one of the things that might be on the table. But you're right, free speech is under attack in this country, and that's something that Trump has spoken out about.
What do we make? I mean, the tech side is very interesting because, of course, you've got Musk very heavily involved. For now, at least.
Yeah.
But even at the inauguration, you had all the big tech bros all there. Well, they've now all taken a massive hit. I mean, Meta and Apple particularly have taken massive hits in the last 48 hours. Are they still going to want to sidle up to the president?
I know. Are they going to stick with him, or are they going to start pulling their support? It's just too soon to tell, but you're right. I mean, I even read about Mark Zuckerberg, Meta, buying a house in D.C. so he could be closer to the White House. So not going full Musk, not moving in, but wanting to be nearby so that he could have more dialogue. So I think watch this space.
Well, maybe they'll just move their businesses more within the United States, which is what Donald Trump wanted, to avoid certain tariffs. And some of them could, couldn't they?
Certainly with goods and certainly with manufacturing. And, of course, in particular on those things from a national security perspective, which are so important, whether that be semiconductors or processing of rare earth minerals or indeed manufacturing. On the services side, America is, like Britain, a services-heavy economy, and they do export services, including social media and tech, to the rest of the world. So Trump will be wanting access to global markets for U.S. tech companies. It's one of their success stories.
Yeah, but the manufacturing base is fascinating, particularly if you look at... I mean, obviously, there's a lot of focus on things like cars and rebuilding Detroit and all the rest of it. However, with stuff like, with Apple... and I mean, iPhones are all built in China.
Yeah.
Dirt cheap. They cost about $1.50 to make an iPhone or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, you start shipping that to the United States, it's going to start costing a lot more for an iPhone.
Yeah, no, you raise a good point. I think there are big questions for Apple. And, I'm surprised that Apple hasn't shifted more of their manufacturing out of China. I mean, I know they've moved some of it, but considering, Trump aside, there have been increasing concerns about China and global security for years. And the fact that so much of their supply chain is still there, it does put them in particular at risk. But, maybe that will mean that the HMDs or Samsungs of the world or other companies who have perhaps slightly different supply chains will be able to come in and grab market share.
Well, perhaps they'll have to sort out their act in terms of how they treat people, so their human rights behaviour, because actually if Trump or people end up making things within America, they have quite strict laws as to how people should be treated. Maybe we should actually be looking at what Trump is doing and start looking at some of those countries that are providing us with goods and services and questioning the morals of those countries, because that's, I think that's fair enough.
In the wake of all of this, I mean, there are clear decision points behind all of this. You can work out why some of these decisions have been made by the White House. However, the consequence of that is, as we're seeing, a bear market now, a very serious risk of global recession.
Yeah.
Well, that will affect millions of people.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, tariffs in and of themselves put up the price of goods. So we could see that happening across, food and consumer goods and apparel and all the rest of it. But of course, stock markets impact all of us, even if we don't have stocks and shares ourselves, because they make up our pension funds. And if this sparks a global recession, then Britain will suffer. And already the banks...
Would Trump ever be forgiven for that?
Well, possibly not, but I suppose he sees his legacy as having this transformational effect. And so far, that's certainly happening.
But he's right, though, on so many levels, because he's actually disrupting the global order. He is forcing people like China to think about, when they're exporting, how much they're prepared to export, and also forcing his own country to think about how much they're importing from places like China. And they think that we need to question ourselves as well in the UK as to how much we're importing from countries like China as well, because we know about their human rights violations, and yet Ed Miliband was quite happy to insist that we should all have solar panels and wind farms and so on and so forth, and import all this stuff from China. Well, perhaps we'll rethink our strategy on net zero as well.
Well, you're absolutely right in the sense that the majority of the top 10 wind turbine manufacturers and solar PV manufacturers are based in China. So there is a national security element to that whole net zero debate. But no one can argue with your point that Trump is making a big impression on the global stage and looking to completely reshape the global trading system. So I think there'll be a rocky few weeks at least.
Yeah, OK. Jennifer, good to see you. Thank you very much, Anita. How extremely diplomatic you are. You could go into the diplomatic service, you really could.
Thank you, Stephen, thank you.
Right, it all brings us to our poll of the day. Do you think the world is on the brink of a global recession? We'll have live results throughout the day, so do stay tuned. And for all our latest polls and how to vote, you know what to do now. Go to gbnews.com/poll.
Right, now the King has reportedly held secret meetings with the Duke of York about his plans for an investment scheme run by an alleged spy.
It all gets very complicated, this. It's according to a former senior advisor to Prince Andrew who claims the Duke had a communication channel with the Chinese President Xi Jinping.
Buckingham Palace, however, insists that the King had no knowledge of the Duke's dealings with the alleged spy, Yang Pengbo, with a palace spokesperson saying, whilst His Majesty met with the Duke and his advisor to hear outline proposals for independent funding over the past year, the individual known as H6 was not mentioned at any time or in any way as part of these discussions.
Let's talk to the former royal correspondent at The Sun, our friend Charles Ray. Charles, good to see you this morning. In some respects, a lot of these details about Andrew aren't new. It's the fact that the King was involved in some of these discussions. I have to say, it seems a little bit tenuous.
Well, I think it's absolutely tenuous. I mean, this man, Dominic Hampshire, who is, I don't know if he still is, but was an advisor, a top advisor to Prince Andrew.
Doesn't the floor manager come together?
Sorry?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Charles, carry on.
Oh, sorry. And he had to make a statement, a 10-page statement, which he tried to keep secret, but various newspapers got an order and had it lifted and had it published. Now, in this statement, he suggests, bizarrely, that he and Andrew secretly and covertly entered Windsor Castle to discuss these matters about the alleged Chinese spy and a finance company. I mean, it just can't. I don't understand why they'd have to covertly get into Windsor Castle, because if you can get in there without ever being seen. It's quite easy. You don't have to crawl along in camouflage along the lawn. It's ridiculous. So we now have the situation where they've named the king as having discussions on this matter. Now, the palace have completely hit back and said, absolute rubbish. There was a meeting. There's no doubt about that, but that was to discuss Prince Andrew's funding. Whereas we all know that his money has been halted, and I think Charles is still giving him some money, but that is going to end. So it is quite a tenuous link. It's quite complicated, and I'm not actually sure why this Dominic Hampshire has made these allegations to try and sully the king into thinking that he was dealing with some sort of alleged Chinese spy.
I mean, the only thing it does seem to really achieve is maintaining that sort of toxic brand around Andrew.
Yes, exactly. I mean, Andrew is literally a walking time bomb. Every time he moves or does something, there's an explosion of some sort. Now, I think it's a bit naughty to try and bring your brother, the king, into these discussions when clearly, according to the palace, and I'm assuming the palace is telling the truth, there was no discussion involving this Chinese alleged spy or the company that he was supposed to have been involved in, the finance company.
Well, listen, I just want to ask your thoughts, because I never really got to talk to you about this one, this Virginia Giuffre business with Andrew, because now she's come up, she's supposed to... how many days has it been now? 4? Is it day 5?
5.
Is she still alive?
Yeah.
She said she'd be... She said... I mean, look, it did seem that she was living in a world of fantasy saying that. We don't know whether she's not well or not, so we have to obviously be careful because she may be sick, but... does this slightly sort of discredit in some respects if she's actually fine?
Well, I was talking to my wife about this yesterday because I was reading the latest episodes of what this woman is supposed to have done, that the car crash was no more than a bump and a broken glass. She, according to the person who was driving the car, she wasn't even driving the car. She's got a slight black eye. My concern is that this does not show her in a great light. Now, I'm not making any apologies for Prince Andrew in any shape or form, because at the bottom line with him is he's paid £12 million to a woman he claims he's never met. But there have got to be questions asked into her into her background and what she does and what she doesn't know, because she's not coming out of this, at all well. I feel sorry for her if she's really is ill and injured, but it really is. It smells like tomorrow.
Well, of course, Prince Andrew's denied all allegations, and he may have paid that money because it was the Jubilee, wasn't it? And we obviously didn't want to. He may have done that, but obviously he's denied everything. But it does question her. It does sort of put light on whether she's really telling the truth on things. If this thing she's sort of elaborated in some way.
Yeah, it's all very odd, isn't it? Charles, as always, it's great to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
All the best.
Thank you, Charles.
We have got a statement from Dominic Hampshire, who is that former advisor to the Duke of York, releasing this statement saying, for the record, as soon as the Duke of York was advised to cease all contact with Mr Yang, that's a spy, he fully complied. He did not receive a penny in funding or support, directly or indirectly, from any Chinese individual or entity.
OK, so that's that then. All right, well, we'll follow it closely. We'll bring you all the latest. But first, let's get some weather with Aidan McGivern.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed boilers. sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Apart from some low cloud out there during the morning, it's going to be once again a sunny day for the vast majority, feeling warm in the sunshine but feeling cold on the east coast. We've still got this North Sea wind blowing, a brisk wind for southern and eastern parts of the country. The low cloud, inland at least, will burn away by the afternoon, and then it's widespread blue skies once again. But some low cloud will linger across the coast of the north and east of Scotland, as well as northeast England. And here, with that wind, it's going to feel chilly, 8 or 9 Celsius at best. Where we've got the sunshine elsewhere, though, high teens or even low 20s in 1 or 2 spots. So marked contrast in temperature, and for Scotland at least, marked contrast in sunshine and clear skies, with the east and the north seeing some patchy low cloud, whilst cloud-free skies are expected elsewhere. Northern Ireland, barely a cloud in the sky. Northwest England, Wales, likewise, still 16, 17 Celsius into the evening, so very nice end to the day if you are away from that North Sea coast, where we'll see a thickening of the low cloud once again after the sun goes down. That allows it to creep back inland, most likely parts of eastern and southeastern Scotland, but some patches for the Pennines as well. And with that brisk wind continuing overnight, it's going to be a frost-free night for many, but for some sheltered spots in northern England and Scotland, a touch of frost is possible. Then a very similar day on Sunday. We've got some low cloud around at first, particularly towards the northeast. That's going to linger around the coasts of the north and east of Scotland through the morning and into the afternoon, but otherwise it just disappears and blue skies are expected widely. Lighter winds. As a result, it's not going to feel quite as chilly on the east coast, and the high pressure we've got this weekend sticks around throughout much of next week as well, so more sunshine to come.
A positive outlook through the night will power through to a bright day ahead. Boxed Home Battery Storage, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Right, time for our Great British giveaway, and it is our biggest ever prize.
Yes, your chance to drive away with a brand new 4-berth motorhome worth £67,000.
And that's not all, because we'll chuck in £5,000 in cash too. If you fancy driving away in this fantastic prize, here's how you enter.
We're making the Great British Giveaway a getaway with a chance to win our biggest prize to date. You could be the proud owner of this Elneg Baron 560 motorhome, worth over £67,000. Supplied brand new from Marquis Leisure, you could be exploring Great Britain and beyond this summer and making memories to last a lifetime. This motorhome comfortably sleeps 4, has its own kitchen and bathroom spaces, and comes complete with all of the mod cons you'd expect from a vehicle of this calibre. And that's not all, as we'll also give you £5,000 in tax-free cash so you can get started on your next adventure as soon as possible. For a chance to win a motorhome and cash, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Still to come, Celebrity Big Brother. Would you go in the house?
No.
Really? Not if they paid you a lot of money?
It has to be peered at for several weeks.
$1 million? How much? How much?
2 million quid.
We all have a price.
We all have a price, but no, would I want to do it? No.
Is the show still relevant? We'll be debating that next. This is GB News Breakfast.
Tomorrow on GB News Breakfast, we've got a treat for you.
It's me, Angela Rippon.
For just one morning, the Broadcast and Strictly Star joins the breakfast team to bring you all the news as it happens.
Nice positive story then.
Another special day here on GB News.
Well, we're still here after the last one.
GB News Breakfast with me, Stephen Dixon, and Angela Rippon. Tomorrow from 6.
Yes, we'll be around for a while.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is...
You're
the failure is...
deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new royal newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Tomorrow on GB News Breakfast, we've got a treat for you.
It's me, Angela Rippon.
For just one morning, the broadcast and Strictly Star joins the breakfast team to bring you all the news as it happens.
Nice positive story then.
Another special day here on GB News.
Well, we're still here after the last one.
GB News Breakfast with me, Stephen Dixon, and Angela Rippon. Tomorrow from 6.
Yes, we'll be around for a while. Now, are you a Celebrity Big Brother fan? Well, if you are, have you been left divided over the latest lineup of famous faces? They're going into the house on Monday. You say the iconic house. It's not, actually, is it? Because it's a new house. It's brand new.
Is it still in Elstree?
No, it's all moved,
Oh,
apparently.
they moved it all. Well, listen, Michael Fabricant is going in there. Yeah, Michael Fabricant with the hair. I said to him, Michael, we have the same thing going on here because I'm wearing a wig as well. And then he said...
No, darling.
No. And then he said, these are enhancements. He said that on air.
He doesn't like to...
No, he told me it was enhancements.
He doesn't like to acknowledge it, does he?
He said they're enhancements. But I don't know whether... I mean, there'll probably be water challenges and everything, so I'm wondering how the enhancements are going to stay on. I think it's going to be quite good fun to watch.
Yeah. I mean, he's a really nice man.
He's great.
But he's going to get ridiculed in there. He's going to get ridiculed. I'm a bit worried about him, actually. Patsy Palmer's going in. Mickey Rourke.
Mickey Rourke? Really?
And Trisha Goddard. Anyway, it's all very... Anyway, is it still worth doing, is what we're asking. Comedian Bruce Devlin joins us, as well as former Big Brother housemate Tina Malone.
Yeah.
Tina, because you've done it...
Yes.
Did it peak when you were in, or should we keep watching it?
Yeah, I think the way I think is kind of always jump before you're pushed. Always be the first to leave the party. And I kind of think certain things have their day. I mean, if you look at anything from Friends to The Sopranos to even Shameless, that I was in for 10 years, always leave when you're at the top. And I think we live in a very different world nowadays. And as exciting as Patsy Palmer, Trisha Goddard, Mickey Rourke may be, I just think some things have had their day, and you should never go back and try and, you know, repeat it. It's like, for me, it's like comparing The Wizard of Oz to, say, Wicked. It's been done. The Wizard of Oz is you're never going to touch it. When I was in it with Ulrika, Coolio, LaToya Jackson, Vern LaTroya. We were all at kind of the peak of our game 14, 15 years ago. Davina was doing it. And if you think back to 14, 15 years ago, we would watch something on television and you would talk about it in work the next day, and you'd be excited about seeing the following episode, the following night or the following week. Whereas now, let's face it, you can go, I want to watch that series, I'll watch it in a night. Or, you know, everything is so easily accessible. Also, we have so much more choice now, and everybody gets excited. First few series of Love Island. I mean, even like an example, Friends. How many people really liked the last series as much as, say, the first, second, or third? Things kind of die off, and I think you should leave them where they are.
But people could say that about a lot of the housemates here. Some people have had their day and then they're all in the house because people are just desperate to sort of try and get even more fame. Bruce Devlin, what do you make of it? What do you think of this current lineup as well?
Well, the current lineup, I think, is quite interesting. I love what you said about Michael and his enhancements, because I'm often accused of wearing a wig as well, and it really is my own hair. But I would imagine that he will be worried. You know, I don't think we'll see him in a shower or anything like that. Thankfully, I'm sure he's a lovely guy, but not into that. The guy from Love Island is really interesting because his brother had testicular cancer, and he did a testicular cancer examination on this morning, and that kind of had the Jade Goody effect about people testing for cancer. And I just kind of think with things like Chris Hoy and stuff like that, that's a really positive aspect. I think Big Brother still has its place, and you see it's gone from ITVX to ITV1, so there still is an appetite for it. I don't think the lineup is too bad, although I don't like that JoJo Siwa. I find her quite aggravating, but I'm prepared to give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure she says lovely things about me.
I don't think she will after she just had that.
It's seen as a social experiment. And I think, like with anything, whether it's Love Island or SAS, what happens is people get to know the game. And I think things like this become a lot more contrived because you've seen so many of them. You know exactly how it plays out.
That's a really good point, Bruce, because where's the entertainment in it when you know people are playing the system?
I was just away to say, I agree with Tina that originally it was a social experiment, but then should it not have been stopped after the first one? Because all you're going to do is repeat the same format. And I agree with you that people know how to play the game. It's the same with X Factor. It's the same with RuPaul's Drag Race and like that. You have your villains, you have your good people. You know, people are in there because they're having a career hiatus. They want to be seen as doing something different. They want to bring over their personality. So that's why I still think whether or not people kind of see it as panto or they're aware of what might happen, they still want to see certain individuals under that kind of microscope and pressure.
I think the problem is as well, people nowadays, especially young people, tend to have less focus. Everything has to be short, sharp, snappy. And so I think sticking with something over a period of time, also, where even now celebrities only 3 or 4 weeks or whatever, I think people kind of think, nah, I've done that now. And I really do. And from a personal perspective, I think you should always be the first, you know, the last to arrive and the first to leave.
I think that's a very good point. We've got to leave it there, you two, because we are running out of time.
It's a shame. I've
got to ask you, Tina, what's up with your hand? Are you all right?
Oh yeah, it's just a carpal tunnel syndrome. I had the operation 2 days ago. I'm pain-free after 2 years. So.
Oh wow!
Love the show, by the way.
Oh, well, it's even better with you on. Tina, Bruce, really good to talk to you both. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
Pleasure, anytime. I think Tina makes a really, really good point there about the fact that it was a social experiment. And Craig, do you remember Craig from the first one?
Oh, I remember Craig.
Everybody was talking about it. It
Nicky
was
Graham's
huge.
one I read. Funny enough,
now it's gone.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye. Funnily enough, you know, when you start watching things on YouTube, I was sent this thing about Nikki Graham. She's obviously sadly died.
She has died,
But she was quite incredible in the Big Brother house. Look, I think this is one of those where it can be a career ender. That's why you go to it near the end of your career.
It's full of has-beens.
Well, exactly. And I think also you're at the mercy of the edit, which is why you don't go in the middle of your career, because if they don't like you, they can just literally destroy you. Even if you do know the game, they can sort of try and play it badly for you.
The edit is a big thing.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Right, let us know what you think about that one, and if you're going to be watching, of course.
Yeah.
Coming up, is Grand National, of course, today. We'll be live at Aintree in just a moment.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop star to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Retrograde?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So this is 1955. It's a young Sidney Poitier, and we always think of him as this grand man of the cinema, lots of gravitas and dignity, but this is when he's still a young man. End of McCarthyism, start of civil rights movements. Studios and sponsors are terrified about anything related to socialism, un-American activities. He's just been in a few interesting projects, but he's teeing up for something on NBC on TV called A Man is 10 Feet Tall, written by his friend, and it's going to show him in a friendship with a white man, where the black man is the more dignified, the more professional one. And it's going to be quite radical. It's going to make him, and it's going to make his career, but NBC want him to sign an oath of loyalty, which is what happened in those days. This is all based on real events, where he would commit to doing absolutely nothing to embarrass the studio. They also want him to denounce Paul Robeson, who's a major activist.
Yes.
And go on radio and make a public denunciation. So he has to choose. There's the great line, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? And the lawyer just says, you gain the whole world. But for him, it's a difficult one. But then there's the idea that you can be blackmailed. He has been going to some meetings with activists and civil rights movements. FBI is very heavy-handed in those days. He's then told, hey, you don't sign, they'll be knocking on your door, you could go to prison, blah, blah, blah. So it's this whole tussle written by Ryan Calais Cameron, who did the previous play for Black Boys, which was all about mental health.
Yes.
Huge new talent.
By the way, it sounds like a great topic.
It's fascinating. It's 90 minutes straight through, so it almost plays like a film. Heavy subject, but very witty. All great performances. Ivana Jeremiah is in the lead, and he really captures the moment.
GB News, the People's Channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Right, time for the sport at 8:39. Aidan McGee is here, and we've got all the racing to talk about, Aidan, plus the outfits.
Oh, without doubt. Well, it was Ladies'
one
Day.
outfit in particular.
Well, it was Ladies' Day yesterday. Look, it's still the stellar race of the calendar, without doubt. I mean, it's the Aintree Festival. They've been keen to market that this year, but there's one race that matters more than anyone else, any other one. Iron Maximus is where the smart money seems to be. Won last year, having won the Irish National. Not often that a horse wins 2 Nationals in a row as well, so that would be a real achievement, real feather in its cap if you could possibly do that. But look, let's cross without further ado.
Can't wait.
To Sophie Reaper at Aintree, who I believe is going to do a grand reveal of her dress. Take it away.
Well, I tell you what, guys, it's been difficult to take that coat off because it's still very, very cold here at Aintree. The sun is starting to rise. The temperature is moving up just slightly, but it's still very, very cold here. So we're hoping that temperature will rise. We're hoping for around 18 degrees later today. I'm sure many of the racegoers who may not be wearing as long or as many clothes as I am today, I'm sure they'll be hoping for much warmer weather. But to talk about the racing, you mentioned there, Aidan, that it would be quite a feat to do 2 in a row. Of course, the last time we saw that was Tiger Roll back in 2018, 2019. That was the first time it had been done since Red Rum all the way back in the 70s. So if I Am Maximus was able to win again this year, he would join a very, very elite group of racehorses. Now, here at Aintree, the horses we're seeing actually just getting onto the track for their warm-ups. We can see one just over in the distance starting to get that warm-up in. Of course, there are several other races other than the Grand National taking place here at Aintree today. That is, of course, the feature event that will be taking place at 4 o'clock this afternoon. That will be the one that we expect around 800 million people worldwide to tune into. As you said, it is the highlight of the racing calendar, so lots of people will be tuning into their teleboxes. But also around 50,000 people here at Aintree today, 50,000 yesterday, 50,000 on Thursday, 150,000 altogether. It's the event of the racing year, and I'm sure the atmosphere once again will be absolutely amazing here at Aintree all day today. All we've got to keep our fingers crossed for is that it gets a little bit warmer.
So no worries about the attendances then, because it was down slightly at Cheltenham last month, wasn't it? But one other question I was going to ask you, just to get serious for a moment, Sophie, what about the security? Any issues around that today?
You know what, Aidan, I think that is always kind of a concern around major events like this, whenever you're seeing thousands and thousands of people attend. But I have to say, we were obviously here at Ladies' Day yesterday, and I didn't notice a single hitch. The security on the gates when we were there were very thorough. Lots of police presence, Merseyside police here throughout the day, and I would imagine that it'll be a similar situation here today. Of course, today is the pièce de résistance in the racing calendar, so they won't be taking any chances. Security will be tight, but that's to make sure that everyone coming to Aintree today, all the thousands of people who will be coming through those doors, can have a fabulous time and just enjoy themselves at this very spectacular occasion.
You use those words, spectacular and fabulous. That's what we all unanimously think of your outfit as well. Good to see you both.
Yeah, gorgeous. Love it. Love it.
Oh, Aidan, you're such a sweet talker.
You do. You look absolutely superb, Sophie. Brilliant stuff.
More from Sophie next hour, of course.
Yes,
yeah, lovely. Oh,
that's
a
good.
little firecracker.
And the race, the final race, 4 o'clock in my show.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to be back on,
I'll
aren't
be
you?
back again, 3 till 6. I might change outfits. See if I get a similar reaction. I doubt it.
You got a round of applause when you walked in this morning, and that's right. Now, if you fancy a bit of holiday sun, let's get the forecast for the top European destinations.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Although some of the sunniest and warmest weather across Europe is in the UK at the moment, there'll still be some fine weather for parts of Spain. However, an area of rain is moving into Portugal, Madeira, just about avoiding Canaries for Sunday. Further east into central, eastern and southern Spain, as well as Gibraltar, sunny spells. Showers for Italy and for Greece, not as lively as the thunderstorms we saw last week. Then it turns a bit colder for Italy and Greece later next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Tomorrow on GB News Breakfast, we've got a treat for you.
It's me, Angela Rippon.
For just one morning, the Broadcast and Strictly Star joins the breakfast team to bring you all the news as it happens.
Nice positive story then.
Another special day here on GB News.
Well, we're still here after the last one.
GB News Breakfast with me, Stephen Dixon, and Angela Rippon. Tomorrow from 6.
Yes, we'll be around for a while.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits. You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
And
say,
now you've lost it. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless. No, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date. Or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. Maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
All right, who looks younger? Me or him? Because he's saying that he looks younger than me. I think I look younger than him.
She said to me this morning, I am younger than you, you know. Older than you, you know. I was like, yeah, I know. Obviously.
He looks older than me.
I don't think
Have a close-up on his face so you can see. Don't be fooled because by his youthful looks from a distance. Have a look at him.
Brutal.
Where's 2? Oh, there you are. Hello.
And then where's mine? And what about me?
There you go. This is very boring if you're listening on the radio.
Yes.
I do apologise. There's Nana looking, well, lovely, lovely.
Exactly.
Slightly haggard,
Maybe go back
but
a little
lovely.
bit.
Anyway, there you
Slightly
go.
haggard.
Slightly haggard.
Listen.
I mean, you have got a lot of makeup on this morning.
I did not put it on. How dare you? I did not put the makeup on this morning. I think it looks good. But that's not going to hide the creases and lines around the eyes, is it? The lines on the forehead.
My laughter line. Well, hey, at least I'm not Botox.
I haven't got any Botox.
No, I wasn't saying you necessarily.
Is it? I haven't got
mind
any.
you, that...
Ow!
Very firm. Right,
Exactly.
anyway, let's have a run through the papers. She was mourning we didn't have long enough on the papers before.
Oh, sorry,
She's eating up all the time now. Kevin Schofield and Duncan Barks are here. Morning, you two.
Hello.
You fine young men.
Yes.
Kevin, King Charles is preparing for Italy.
Yeah, he's off to Italy with the Queen next week, a 4-day state visit. And according to royal sources, they've told the Express that he is raring to go. I just think this is interesting, obviously, because he's had his health scare, if you want to call it that. He's bumping the road, as it was described, back into hospital with, connected to his cancer treatment. And I just think it's pretty remarkable, really. It's a week later.
Yeah.
He's off for 4 days. And obviously, it sounds nice, 4 days in Italy.
That'd be hard work.
It sounds
going to
lovely,
be hard
but, it does put a shift in.
Oh, yeah.
And I just think it's really interesting. He's 76. He came to the monarchy late in life, and it's almost like he's trying to make up for lost time.
Yeah.
He does do an awful lot of work, and as I say, this health scare hasn't set him back. and he's looking forward to
that's
a
lovely.
nice little trip to
I just must do this one because 1 in 50 men think they can outrun a horse.
This is my favourite story of the morning, and I think it's no coincidence that obviously it's in the Times today because it's a Grand National. So I don't know who these men are, but 1 in 50 blokes apparently reckon they could outpace a horse over a 100-metre dash. It gets worse, this, right? 27% of blokes reckon they could beat a crocodile in a race, and 20% think they could beat elephants. And there are certain men I know that I'd love to see race a crocodile for all kinds of reasons. So it's just a bizarre story. But as I say, I don't know who these people are, these super fit geezers who think that they can
outrun a thoroughbred.
Exactly. It's the arrogance of some men. Really?
It's the ego of some men, I'd say. They actually think they can outrun an alligator. When you've seen how fast those things move.
Yeah.
It's a middle-aged man thing, I think. I mean, I've got mates who hit a certain age.
Menopause, I call it.
Yeah, and they start getting into marathons, and they become addicted to running marathons, and they have to go and do their 18 miles every evening to feel fit and thrusting and athletic and stuff. So I think it's a symptom of that.
Yeah, well, I think they're all crackers. You don't need that to feel all those things that you mentioned there, Duncan. I'd rather sit down with the Tunnocks tea cake.
Well, yeah, so I think this is the best story of the day. Being a Scotsman, obviously, I was weaned on Tunnocks tea cake. How do you know?
Did you First thing you ever ate, wasn't it?
Have a look at your teeth.
That's what
And a bit of iron brew.
That and the iron brew. Did you realise that RAF had banned Tunnocks tea cakes from their flights 60 years ago because one exploded in a cockpit, all to do with depressurising.
Yeah.
But now they've carried out extensive tests, believe it or not, and they have discovered that they can now safely take tea cakes with them when they're in the air.
There's nothing more dangerous than exploding marshmallow.
And they will not explode.
Well, the great thing with this story is there were pilots who were flying jets that were carrying a nuclear load. So Kevin and I were talking about this earlier. This great idea that you've got people potentially in charge of dropping nuclear bombs with, just a couple of Tunnock tea cakes alongside them in the cockpit, just in case to keep them going, because these flights were long, so it was some kind of sustenance to keep their belly full. It's great.
I think it's a great story.
It's just.
And I'm glad, as I say, as a Scotsman, it's good to know that
you've not got any in your bag. Because I could murder one right now.
I have an addiction.
They're weird. I think they're just a weird combination of things put together.
No, it's perfect.
You can get them in packs of 6 at service stations, which is dangerous if you're on a long drive.
I like all those things on their own, not in one thing. I don't understand who put that together. Let's talk about Labour's plot to delay AI copyright law.
Yeah, we're getting these stories literally every week. So there's concerns about the use of artificial intelligence, and the creative sector is saying, look, we need some safeguards in place, because I know you're not a fan of this. We talked about this last week.
No.
Our work might be taken away and used as a basis to create something using artificial intelligence. The story in the Mail today is under the headline, Labour plotting the delay to AI copyright law for up to 4 more years. And the creative sector are going, look, this is just kicking the can down the road. We need guarantees that our work is going to be protected.
Oh, what a shame.
They might get an AI of you, Stephen.
Well, they might do. I mean, the idea that... let me draw a picture. I'll draw a nice picture. There you go. There you go. Don't AI that, anyone. I mean...
I think you're probably safe.
Do you think I'm probably safe? If I was Tracy Emin, that'd be worth a fortune.
Well, probably, yeah. Yeah, don't make that bet.
I don't have a lot of time for creatives. No. Is that really bad of me? I just don't.
Well, you are sort of one, aren't you?
I am not a creative, no. I'm not creative. Journalists aren't creative.
Yes, they are. Writing,
I deal in
content.
fact. Fact.
Well, some of them, yeah.
This is breakfast.
But you present it in a creative way.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, your job is a creative job. It's not,
No. You'll be telling me I'm middle class next. I just do not stand for it. Anyway, Kevin, a wedding favourite. Do you like a good knees up at a wedding?
Oh, absolutely. Again, as a Scotsman, it very much comes with the territory. But they're saying now that the most wedding DJs have to play 70s, 80s and 90s songs just because that's what people demand. They are the most popular because there just aren't as many bangers these days as there used to be in the good old days.
Well, let's see if they can guess what one of the top wedding songs is of those guys.
Yeah, let us know, gbnews.com/you'll say. Gents, we'll see you a little bit later on.
Lovely, thank you.
Here's the weather.
Even though we'll see a cloudy start, it'll be a bright outlook for the rest of the day. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Apart from some low cloud out there during the morning, it's going to be once again a sunny day for the vast majority, feeling warm in the sunshine but feeling cold on the east coast. We've still got this North Sea wind blowing, a brisk wind for southern and eastern parts of the country. The low cloud, inland at least, will burn away by the afternoon, and then it's widespread blue skies once again. But some low cloud will linger across the coast of the north and east of Scotland, as well as northeast England. And here, with that wind, it's going to feel chilly, 8 or 9 Celsius at best. Where we've got the sunshine elsewhere, though, high teens or even low 20s in 1 or 2 spots. So marked contrast in temperature, and for Scotland at least, marked contrast in sunshine and clear skies, with the east and the north seeing some patchy low cloud, whilst cloud-free skies are expected elsewhere. Northern Ireland, barely a cloud in the sky. Northwest England, Wales, likewise, still 16, 17 Celsius into the evening, so very nice end to the day if you are away from that North Sea coast, where we'll see a thickening of the low cloud once again after the sun goes down. That allows it to creep back inland, most likely parts of eastern and southeastern Scotland, but some patches for the Pennines as well. And with that brisk wind continuing overnight, it's going to be a frost-free night for many, but for some sheltered spots in northern England and Scotland, a touch of frost is possible. Then a very similar day on Sunday. We've got some low cloud around at first, particularly towards the northeast. That's going to linger around the coasts of the north and east of Scotland through the morning and into the afternoon, but otherwise it just disappears and blue skies are expected widely. Lighter winds. As a result, it's not going to feel quite as chilly on the east coast, and the high pressure we've got this weekend sticks around throughout much of next week as well, so more sunshine to come.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Courtesy of Marquis Leisure, you could be driving away with this brand new Elnag Baron 560 motorhome. It comfortably sleeps 4, comes with sky roof, integrated kitchen and bathroom, and is worth over £67,000. And that's not all, as we'll also give you a further £5,000 in tax-free cash to make sure that wherever this motorhome takes you, it takes you there in style. For a chance to win a motorhome and cash, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
I don't know whether this has been verified, but it appears that Harry found out from watching television that his father had been into hospital.
I think it was a bad move by the palace. I know they came out and said that they didn't want to alarm Harry in any way by telling him, but I'm pretty sure he was more alarmed by finding out in the media along with everybody else. All of King Charles's children should have been notified before the media.
It does really speak to how isolated Harry has become, though, doesn't it? And you know, on a human level, I feel very sorry for him. He's separated from his family. His children don't know their grandparents, their aunts, their uncles, their cousins. He's in a different country, not connected to his family anymore. I mean, the future does not look that rosy for him as a human being.
Harry has said on numerous occasions, like recently, that he still loves his family and he still wants to build a connection with them. So hopefully down the line, when old wounds have healed slightly, that they can rebuild a relationship. Even if it's not as strong as it used to be, but some sort of relationship, even just for the grandkids, just to have, you know, a relationship with their grandfather. So hopefully old wounds can mend.
Absolutely, but Harry's not without controversy in the United States either, is it? There's this move to try and open up his immigration documents following his publication of the book Spare, where he talked about drug use. Some people are concerned that perhaps he didn't tell the truth on his immigration forms. Where is that case up to? Do you think that's going anywhere?
I do feel like if there was something to come of that, it would have happened by now. I'm pretty sure Trump said something in the media before that he's not going to look into Harry's case. I'm sure Harry would have looked into it. He has lawyers looking over his books before they were released. So I do feel like his lawyers would have looked over, and if there was any problems with his visa, it wouldn't have been put in the book.
The People's Channel.
Good morning. Trump's tariffs take effect.
A wave of economic anxiety grips the global stock markets as banks warn of a 60% chance of global recession.
But the rumours are swirling that the Prime Minister is hoping a meeting between President Trump and the King could help secure a trade deal. So is there still some hope for Britain?
King Charles is forced to deny involvement with a Chinese spy after being dragged into the Prince Andrew scandal.
Russell Brand is charged with rape and sexual assault following an investigation by the Metropolitan Police.
De Macron. The French president's aides claim his fragrance is overpowering. We'll be speaking to a perfumer to find out how to apply cologne to avoid a stink.
And Big Brother, the new one, starts on Monday. Michael Fabricant, Daley Thompson, other famous faces heading into the house. But really, has the time passed for Big Brother now?
It's Grand National Day and we will have all the build-up live from Aintree throughout the morning.
It's 1 hour until the gates open and the sun is shining over Aintree. But the question on everyone's lips, who will win the 177th annual Grand National?
She looks great, doesn't she? Anyway, elsewhere, one of the best midfielders ever to play in this country. That's how Pep Guardiola reflected on Kevin De Bruyne's decade of service at Manchester City after the Belgian announced he'll be leaving the club this summer.
It's going to be a beautiful weekend for many of us, but with big contrasts in temperature from east to west. I'll have the latest news on the spring sunshine come up in the forecast very soon.
Just gone 9 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Nana Acquia, and this is GB News Breakfast. Would you go in the Big Brother house, Aidan?
I was asked to go in maybe
Really?
7 or 8 years ago, yeah. It was a director who worked here, who worked elsewhere, but I knew him from a previous job. And he said there was one sort of space at the end for somebody spare place late on, yeah. And I said no, because my employers said that they wouldn't allow me to do it.
What about you, Steve?
No.
Is it not?
I don't want people peering into my private life.
Well, we've discussed it for a small fee. You would.
Well, it would have to be a very large fee.
How much?
But I'd be voted because I'm not controversial.
Are you not?
No.
Maybe you don't think you are, but
this guy
maybe you are.
thought I'd shake things up a bit.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I just want to sit there quietly, get on with it, have my breakfast, and hopefully get voted out the first go.
I think I'll try and have an argument with everyone.
That wouldn't be difficult. You are controversial.
I do quite like.
You'd be good in the Big Brother house.
They'd probably vote me out straight away because they wouldn't like me. They'd want to get rid of me. I would be, be doing stuff, making shapes, talking to people, getting the lowdown.
Yeah.
Making shapes isn't going to get you voted off.
I don't even know what that means.
Dancing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
She's doing it again. Triangle. That's pretty sad.
No, you'd actually be really popular. You'd be great in the Big Brother house. You would. You'd be really, really popular. Fun, exciting, gobby.
Maybe they'd. Yeah, I don't know whether I could tolerate it though, because I'm I'm cantankerous. I've got older, as you know. I'm the oldest here. As you get older, you get less tolerant of things and nonsense. Yeah. And I can't imagine that I'll be able to tolerate idiocy.
Yeah, but that's what would make good telly. Anyway, there you go. I think we should start a campaign to get you in.
Well, for a large fee.
For a large fee, yeah. Do it.
3 bob.
Oh, 3.
Speaking of fees.
Yes, tariffs.
Yes.
10%. I'd take 10% of your Big Brother fee. But we've woken up to Trump's tariffs this morning, kicked off at 5 a.m. today. But also we've woken up to a chilling message that there will be blood
Well, not literally, but that is the warning from the investment firm JP Morgan, who claim that the odds of a global recession have spiked from 40% to 60%.
Yeah, which is a worry. The trigger, about 10% levy, which came into force at 5 a.m, capping off what has been a brutal week for global markets.
And yesterday, America and China declared a trade war. And this morning, Sir Keir Starmer is reportedly in a bid to secure a deal with the US.
Well, as part of that, it is expected that President Trump will be invited to meet the King at Balmoral. And, you know, the King can use that soft power.
To play some golf.
Yeah.
Right, let's get more from the Deputy Political Editor of The Spectator, James Heal. James, so we've woken up to tariff war. Where do we stand as the UK? And is there anything that we can do to mitigate some of the consequences of it?
Well, good morning. I mean, there's actually a fair amount of briefing in the papers today emphasising that the UK has got off relatively lightly from this tariff regime. There was some discussion, perhaps, that the Trump White House wanted to include the fact that we have 20% VAT in the negotiations. That's something that Number 10 and the business secretary were allegedly able to talk down the president from including, and therefore we only got, I say only in sort of inverted commas, 10% tariffs. But right now, Keir Starmer will be getting ready for a whole weekend, calling European leaders and all trying to work to find some solution to mitigate these tariffs, which of course have caused devastation in the stock market in America and Europe, and is meaning that a lot of European leaders, all their fiscal calculations, all their balance sheets have been completely upended right now as they try to work out, are these going to be long-term tariffs or is this a short-term tariff to strike a more immediate deal?
What is interesting, of course, is how many people are either retaliating or talking about retaliating, whereas we are not, which either indicates that everyone's keeping a very cool head or that we think a deal is just days away.
Well, there is some discussion in Whitehall about a deal potentially being ready to be done. Actually, it's just a matter of where we figure in Trump's calculations. And, you know, right now, given he seems to have a very sort of showman approach and very much emphasising all corners of the globe, I think we're not really at the top of his list right now. We don't exercise him in the same way that the European Union does. We're not someone he's repeatedly called out like Canada and Mexico. So I think it's when the Americans choose to get round to it that we'll have a deal announced over the next few weeks or so. But right now, I think the UK has decided to adopt a very sort of keep calm, carry on attitude, very much trying to appeal to Trump's Anglophile instincts. And really, it's just about seeing how the rest of the countries around the world respond and sort of learning from best practice what works and what doesn't work. With the Trump White House, I think the Starmer Number 10 administration has decided that sticking close to him, try not to antagonise him, that's how you got 10% tariffs rather than 20% tariffs. And actually, I think the hope is that this will blow over at some point down the line.
Do you think that the US administration might try and use some of our behaviours as part of the bartering for our tariffs? So, for example, JD Vance has been going on about freedom of speech. Do you think that they might go down that route? And also our links with the EU, how that's going to affect what kind of deal they'll do with us?
Well, this is the striking thing, is that, you know, a lot of people in the Trump White House are certainly very exercised by the future of Europe. They see it very much as the Athens to America's Rome. They were very much sort of the mother continent, mother countries, etc. So J.D. Vance, who has been to the UK a number of times and has a number of people who know him well in Westminster, very much is concerned about the future of free speech in this country, hence why we saw his address in Berlin earlier this year. Munich earlier this year. So I do think that it's going to be something to keep an eye on, and I think the key point is to unnecessarily avoid antagonising people in the Trump White House. And on the second point about Europe, I think it's a dangerous game for Keir Starmer. I mean, obviously, it's a very difficult balancing act. They want to have cooperation on European defence agreement, etc., but they also need to avoid getting too close to the European Union because, as I say, Donald Trump is someone who's railed against the European Union for decades. He sees it very much as a club which is trying to do over America, taking American jobs, and so I think Keir Starmer has to have a very difficult balancing act, hence why we see all the shuttle diplomacy and lots of calls this weekend.
But rather than see this as a problem, do we need to see this as an opportunity and capitalise on what Jeremy Hunt, the former Chancellor, said a couple of days ago? You know, make this a low-tax, low-welfare, high-skill economy and actually try and get investment from those people who are feeling the pressure from the States.
Absolutely, and I think I've already heard some sort of talk about potential people coming from America, you know, trying to look at this unstable environment, and lots of businesses will be redirecting their contracts, etc., and manufacturing routes in response to these tariffs. But you have to think, of course, we have a Labour government, and a Labour government is not going to do a Singapore in terms of approach. They will do some stuff on supply side reform, looking at planning, etc. But I do think, obviously, it's worth bearing in mind that Jeremy Hunt's always been someone who wants to have a lower corporation tax. He campaigned on that in 2019. That is not the direction being embraced by this Labour government at home. They're going to do some stuff abroad. They're going to tinker around what's going on housing. But I don't think you're going to see the kind of much smaller state that a lot of Brexiteers hoped when they were campaigning for Vote Leave in 2016.
Yes, but Jeremy Hunt, who I actually saw the other day, also presided over a government that delivered us the highest level of taxes, obviously, until this one, and they're just carrying on. But it's just ironic coming from him. So what has Britain got, then, in its armoury to negotiate, if it were to try and negotiate? Because I don't see very much.
Well, we have a few cards, I think, which we're trying to play to the best of our ability. I think the first of all is that sense of, historic ties and Anglophilia, both in the personnel of the White House, but also in terms of, just the fact that we've been by America's side for decades. We've paid the blood price, if you will, in successive conflicts, Afghanistan and Iraq, for instance. Now, that doesn't hold too much currency with the Trump White House, which has very much signalled it wants to signal a break decisively with the past sort of 7 decades of US policy in economic and foreign terms. But that is still something. The second thing, of course, we've got is looking at our current military expenditure. We're involved in a number of operations. You remember, of course, last week when that Signal group chat leaked, and you had people like Pete Hesketh, who's the Defence Secretary, and J.D. Vance, the Vice President, talking about the Europeans and the need for the Europeans to be involved in Suez Canal security. Well, of course, the UK was involved in those operations, supporting them at both an intelligence level and practical level as well. And so, therefore, it is worth pointing out that we do have extensive involvement with the US and UK in terms of engagement already. And the third thing, of course, is our trade. They're our biggest trading partner as a single country. And I think there are a lot of economic ties together. So all those cards, soft power, hard power, will be used. And I think Keir Starmer's very much adopted the probably right approach, which is don't try and antagonise him. Try and adopt a sort of Shinzo Abe. He was the Japanese Prime Minister in the first Trump administration approach of being a sort of warm friend who has any disagreements will be kept in private. And I think that's probably the right way to do it, looking at Trump and his ego.
Just a final thought, James. In terms of a strategy, I mean, perhaps this will work for Trump, perhaps it won't. We just don't know at this stage. But what about the fallout? I mean, there's this chance of a 60% chance of global recession, according to JP Morgan this morning. I mean, there is a danger of this fallout actually crashing the markets.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you. And you saw the biggest single fall on the Dow Jones this week since COVID-19 in March 2020. And we also saw it sort of fall to levels not seen since 9/11 in 2001. So I think that there is a real risk of that. I mean, the key point is that the US is just so integral to the world economy. We will be getting off lightly relatively in terms of tariffs, just 10%. But of course, we are so interconnected, the UK, to the world economy that we're not going to be able to insulate ourselves. So America has decided to embrace this path of protectionism, embrace a very sort of, iconoclastic approach to economic theory. We're going to be the ones who have to go along with it. And that's just the price we pay for not being the world's biggest economy.
Oh, OK, James, good to see you this morning. Thank you.
Well, that brings us to our poll of the day. Do you think the world is on the brink of a global recession? We'll be bringing you the live results throughout the day, so make sure you stay tuned. And for all the latest polls and news, all you have to do is go to gbnews.com/poll.
Now, a farm in St Osyth that caters for visitors with disabilities and mental health challenges says it's in desperate need of funds or it does risk having to close down.
Now, this comes after the government's changes to inheritance tax for farmers.
Well, let's get the latest from there. And Jack Carson. Morning, Jack.
Morning to you both. Well, it's a beautiful day just outside Clacton where we are here on Sandy's farm. And let's go and talk to Gary, who runs this farm. You started this a few years ago now. We're joined by Ace as well in the background, by the way, the beautiful horse. I mean, Gary, tell us about this farm. What is this place?
Sandy's farm was a care farm. It was established because, our children suffer with special needs and stuff. And we saw a need for a place like this. So yeah, we set up Sandy's Farm. We just noticed with our kids the benefits of being around animals and the calming effects they had. So we just thought, yeah, let's do something like this. It just slowly developed from there.
And what impact have you seen? Because you get a lot of school children here, children maybe with disability or learning difficulties, and volunteers as well. What impact do you see it has on them?
It's incredible. I mean, I've got the best job in the world. It's amazing little miracles happen, nearly every day. People with autism, for instance, that have selective mutism, that sort of stuff. It's just amazing to see. And we support every special needs school in the area now. But yeah, it's so brilliant to see.
And I guess now you're in a situation, I guess like everyone else, prices are going up, things are so much more expensive. I mean, just how hard has that been?
The setup here has been just a massive struggle, getting planning, leases and stuff like that has been very difficult, and it takes a long time to do this stuff. We've applied to the lottery and several other funders, but it's just, it takes a long time to do it. So we're struggling now to keep these schools coming. It's just so difficult to get the funding.
And what would you think would happen if somewhere like this wasn't available for those children?
I get approached every day by people that would for this place and for provision. But yeah, I don't know what they do. With work experience, especially that we do, there's no one that covers the insurance like this farm does, so they just wouldn't have nowhere to go.
And I guess as well, it's the skills as well that people learn, but there's always stories behind the animals as well. So we've got Ace here as well. They're all rescue animals, I believe.
Yeah, they're all rescued, so they've all got their own stories to tell, and they've all, some quite horrific, but yeah, they're all doing okay. Yeah.
And what about Ace here?
Ace came to us. He's former mum couldn't look after him anymore. She went through a separation and stuff, and Ace come to us a couple of years ago, and he's been doing okay. She visits him now and then as well, so yeah.
But you've got all different kinds of animals. Horses, we saw some donkeys as well. You've got alpacas, sheep, goats. How much work is it to keep all of those happy and content with each other?
365 days a week. It's as soon as it's light, you're out here, and as soon as when it's dark, you go in. But it's incredibly hard work. We're all unpaid volunteers. No one gets anything for it, so it's completely run by ourselves and donations and stuff like that. So.
Tell us about the funding you need.
We are desperate. Our landlord's fantastic. I can't put into words how supportive they've been, but we're desperate for funds for rent and for just the running costs. It's incredible.
And Ace is having a nibble on my coat as well this morning.
Our hay bills and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money. So yeah. We do, we get funds coming in from the visiting schools and stuff, but it's until we can secure long-term funding, we're facing closure, literally, within weeks, I would say.
Gary.
We're desperate.
We're here on Sandy's Farm all day. Gary, thank you so much for joining us on Breakfast this morning. If you would like to help Sandy's Farm here and all the wonderful work they do with their volunteers and their animals as well, you can go to GoFundMe.com and search for Sandy's Farm.
OK, Jack,
So
thank you. You better go and pet that horse.
He
now.
wants an apple.
He's desperate for something.
Oh, he's your friend. That's so cute.
Gorgeous.
Jack Carson, thank you very much. Oh, no.
There you
Be
go.
gentle, Jack.
There you go.
It was a bit scary the way you moved your hands so quickly.
All right. Jack, thanks very much indeed. We'll see you later.
Right. Yes, on to a big story today. Comedian and actor Russell Brand has been charged with rape and sexual assault following a year-long police investigation. The actor will appear at Westminster Magistrate Court on the 2nd of May. Meanwhile, Brand has responded to the charges on X. He said, what I never was a rapist. I've never engaged in non-consensual activity.
A US government department has said it's disappointed by the conviction of a UK campaigner who protested outside an abortion clinic. Livia Tosici-Bolt was sentenced to a 2-year conditional discharge after breaking a public spaces protection order on 2 occasions. The 64-year-old held a sign saying, "Here to talk if you want to," near a clinic in March last year.
The King and Queen will mark their 20th wedding anniversary as guests of honour at a state banquet held in Rome. It'll be part of a 4-day state visit to Italy, starting on Monday. The couple married in 2005 in a civil ceremony in Windsor.
Right, let's get the lowdown on the weather for you with Aidan.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Apart from some low cloud out there during the morning, it's going to be once again a sunny day for the vast majority, feeling warm in the sunshine but feeling cold on the east coast. We've still got this North Sea wind blowing, a brisk wind for southern and eastern parts of the country. The low cloud, inland at least, will burn away by the afternoon, and then it's widespread blue skies once again. But some low cloud will linger across the coast of the north and east of Scotland, as well as northeast England. And here, with that wind, it's going to feel chilly, 8 or 9 Celsius at best. Where we've got the sunshine elsewhere, though, high teens or even low 20s in 1 or 2 spots. So marked contrast in temperature, and for Scotland at least, marked contrast in sunshine and clear skies, with the east and the north seeing some patchy low cloud, whilst cloud-free skies are expected elsewhere. Northern Ireland, barely a cloud in the sky. Northwest England, Wales, likewise, still 16, 17 Celsius into the evening, so very nice end to the day if you are away from that North Sea coast, where we'll see a thickening of the low cloud once again after the sun goes down. That allows it to creep back inland, most likely parts of eastern and southeastern Scotland, but some patches for the Pennines as well. And with that brisk wind continuing overnight, it's going to be a frost-free night for many, but for some sheltered spots in northern England and Scotland, a touch of frost is possible. Then a very similar day on Sunday. We've got some low cloud around at first, particularly towards the northeast. That's going to linger around the coasts of the north and east of Scotland through the morning and into the afternoon, but otherwise it just disappears and blue skies are expected widely. Lighter winds. As a result, it's not going to feel quite as chilly on the east coast, and the high pressure we've got this weekend sticks around throughout much of next week as well, so more sunshine to come.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed Heat Pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Time for the Great British Giveaway. This, ladies and gents, is our biggest prize ever.
It is your chance to drive away with a brand new 4-berth motorhome worth over £67,000.
And we'll also throw in a load of cash as well, £5,000 in tax-free cash. So if you fancy a go at all of that, here's how you enter.
Don't miss out on your chance to win our biggest prize package ever, worth over £72,000. You could spend your summer touring the beautiful British Isles and exploring the great outdoors in this Elnag Baron 560 motorhome. This brand new 2025 model, supplied by our prize partners Marquis Leisure, sleeps 4 people, has its own integrated kitchen and bathroom and a living space that can accommodate up to 5. Plus, we'll also give you a £5,000 cash boost to kit it out and make it the perfect home from home for you and your family. For a chance to win a motorhome and cash, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Right, still to come, it is the Grand National. We'll be going to Aintree in just a moment.
We're here at Aintree ahead of the 177th annual Grand National. Just after the break, we'll be speaking to the regional director, Dickon White, who's going to tell us exactly what they're doing to make this the most special one yet.
Tomorrow on GB News Breakfast, we've got a treat for you.
It's me, Angela Rippon.
For just one morning, the broadcast and Strictly Star joins the breakfast team to bring you all the news as it happens.
Nice positive story then.
Another special day here on GB News.
Well, we're still here after the last one.
GB News Breakfast with me, Stephen Dixon, and Angela Rippon. Tomorrow from 6.
Yes, we'll be around for a while.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here
We do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique.
And you're fighting like rats in a sack.
But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as
and now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new royal newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're
the failure is...
deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop star to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Tomorrow on GB News Breakfast, we've got a treat for you.
It's me, Angela Rippon.
For just one morning, the broadcast and Strictly Star joins the breakfast team to bring you all the news as it happens.
Nice positive story then.
Another special day here on GB News.
Well, we're still here after the last one.
GB News Breakfast with me, Stephen Dixon, and Angela Rippon. Tomorrow from 6.
Yes, we'll be around for a while. What all this is I'm doing on that promo.
Oh, were you?
No, very
I'm watching it.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much. Aidan's here. It's, what time is it? 9:27.
It is indeed. And so how many hours are we away from the National? Probably about, what, 6.5, I think, it's from the actual main race itself.
I know, on my show.
4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, yeah. 150,000 people over 3 days. So I don't think this race is losing any of its lustre.
No. Well, it's the Grand National.
Yeah, but people talk about certain events like the FA Cup final. Is it as important as it was? Do you get people crowding around the TV as you used to? I don't think the Grand National is losing any prestige whatsoever. But somebody who can shed some light on that is Sophie Reaper, of course, who's there for us at Aintree. Good morning to you again, Sophie.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, well, we're expecting around 50 to 60,000 people here at Aintree today. It's the most popular of the days, of course, because it's the day that the Grand National is run. And across the world, we expect around 800 million people worldwide to tune in. So I certainly think it's not losing any of its grandeur. It's not losing any of its spectacle. But to speak a little bit more about that now, we're joined by the Regional Director of the Jockey Club, Dickon White. Dickon, thank you so much for joining us this morning. 177th annual Grand National. What are you doing here at Aintree this year to make it a little bit different, a little bit more special? I know you like to up the ante every year, don't you?
Absolutely. I mean, look, to deliver the 3 days to the Grand National is 12 months in planning. We're always trying something different, new facilities, just trying to improve the experience for racegoers across the site. You know, we've got 3 days. We started off with about 30,000 here on Thursday, 50 on Friday, and we raise the ante again with up to 60,000 people here today. You know, we've got new catering experiences, new entertainment sort of initiatives, really. So the first time ever we've got Box Park here on site, and there was a real party going on last night. We had the Red Rum Garden with some fantastic DJs in there, just giving racegoers that additional experience. So not just about fantastic 3 days of fantastic sport, but also a great experience while they're here also. We've also got Brad Keller playing the piano, winner of the piano. Yeah, absolutely, fantastic. So all lots of little things to try and improve the experience.
Now, the Grand National itself is, of course, it is the highlight of the racing calendar. It's an iconic race. What is it about the Grand National that gets people tuning in year after year?
I think it's probably the first experience that people have of horse racing. I remember myself when I was very young, you know, sat around the television with my parents and my grandparents watching the race, you know, getting the newspaper at the time.
Absolutely. My mum still does that.
Well,
she
exactly.
gets the paper and circles
Picking the horse. So it's always been a really sort of iconic event where it brings the family and friends together. And I don't think that's changed. You know, as you say, millions of people in this country and millions of people around the world will watch the race. And it's always an incredible spectacle. You know, it's the longest distance race that we run in the British racing calendar. And it's the quality of the horses running at a really hot, top quality. So there's always a great result. There's always a sort of fairy tale story associated with the Grand National.
Well, while we're speaking about the horses, we should mention, of course, that for some people, it's quite a controversial sport anyway, horse racing. The Grand National, obviously, as a peak of that, can often get a lot of backlash. I know last year was the first time that you reduced the number of horses in the race itself, wasn't it, to try and mitigate those concerns? First of all, do you think that was a success? And second of all, what would you say to anyone who has concerns about horse welfare?
Yeah, I think, look, our priority here at Aintree and across the jockey, the welfare of the horse and jockey is our #1 priority. That is the most important thing. After every Grand National meeting, we will sit down and review every aspect associated with the racing. We'll look at ways of how we can improve it. You know, we are a nation of animal lovers here, and, you know, the team here are trying to create the safest possible racing we can across the 3 days, and the Grand National is no exception. We reduced the field size last year to 34 because the evidence and the data told us, you know, that would create a safer race. We brought forward the first fence because what we were finding is the horses approaching the first fence were approaching that at quite a quick speed. So what we did, rather than try and slow the horses down, we brought the first fence nearer to the start. So in theory, the horses can't build up that pace.
Okay.
But the key for us is just making sure we've got the safest possible race when we stage the Grand National.
Now, we're obviously at Aintree. Famously, it's an amazing place to be. The atmosphere is going to be electric. If you had one word to describe the mood today, what is that one word?
Exhilarating. It really is. It's just an incredible, it's a huge privilege to be involved here at Aintree. We work 12 months of the year to put on this event. The team are incredible. You know, the ground staff team have been out 24 hours a day preparing this course, and it looks absolutely spectacular. I'm just thrilled to be here and can't wait to get started.
Dickon, thank you so much for joining us
Thank you
this
very
morning.
much.
It's shaping up to be an absolutely fabulous day here at Aintree. The atmosphere will be amazing, the people will be amazing, and let's hope for an amazing result at the end of the 177th Annual Grand National.
And you've been amazing this morning as well, Sophie. Thanks very much indeed. The weather's getting better as well. But our coverage doesn't end there. We can also talk now straight away to the former jockey and former racing commentator, Derek Tomo Thompson, who joins us live from Dubai. Good morning to you, first of all, Derek. Now, look, 150,000 people over 3 days, up to 60,000 there today. Stephen and Nana and I were all talking about the prestige of this race. There's been no magic or prestige lost with those numbers, has there?
None at all. It is really incredible. And by the way, I'm in Dubai because we've got the Dubai World Cup today, the big flat race. More of that later, Aidan. But you're right. And this race, the Grand National, was first run in 1839. And you know the name of the horse who won the first race? It was a horse called Lottery. And wasn't that a fitting name for the very first winner of the Grand National? And as you say, it's a race that has produced everything over the years. You know, the horse Red Rum. 3 wins, and I was lucky enough to commentate on all his nationals on radio in the old days, and I was the youngest ever commentator when he won his first Grand National in 1973. And when I handed it back to Peter Bromley as they recrossed the Melling Road, back to you, Peter Bromley, in the grandstand, Crisp was 30 lengths clear, and Red Rum and Brian Fletcher got up on the line to win it. Most incredible race of all time. He won 3 Grand Nationals, and you know, he is buried at the winning line, and whenever I go to Aintree, I always go and pay my respects to Red Rum.
I can understand that. Well, what about the where the smart money is going to be today, Derek. Who should we watch out for at 4 o'clock?
Well, I tell you what, Willie Mullins, the Irish trainer. By the way, the Irish have got 18 of the 34 runners, so it could be an Irish winner today. Now, Willie Mullins, the Irish champion trainer, as you know, is having an incredible time. He's already saddled 6 winners over the first 2 days. His strike rate at the moment is an amazing 37%. But if you thought that was good, Paul Townend, his stable jockey, who is a jockey, is striking at 53%. 8 winners out of his last 15 rides. And he's a jump jockey. He's not a flag jockey, not Frankie Dettori on the flag. He's got to do all the jumps as well. It is the most amazing stat I think I've ever seen before the Grand National. And they two team up with, as you know, I Am Maximus, who won the race last year. He's been trained for the race again this year. He's gone up the handicap, so he's got a lot of weight, but he's a lovely horse. He's certainly one to consider. Other horses, there's a horse called Hewick, number 5. He cost £800. And if he wins today, he'll win £500,000.
Wow.
It's, you know, and he could do it. And there's a horse I like called Stumptown, who won well at Cheltenham. I think he'll be saying, hey, and also, I know your favourite football team is Manchester United.
No, it's not. It's Queen's Park Rangers.
Yes, I know. I just thought I'd joke about that. But anyway, so Sir Alex Ferguson, his red and white colours will be carried today by a horse called Hitman, who's around about 50 to 1. Now, that horse has been running over 2.5 miles, and today it's 4 1/4. So he's stepping up. It's a massive stepping up in trip. That's like me saying QPR are going to win the Premiership. You know, things like that don't happen, but it might just do. So there's a lot. And JP McManus, he's got 5 runners in the race. 3 of the favourites are his. And if he wins today with one of them, it'll be a 4th win, which will be a record for an owner. So good luck to everyone. But remember the name of the first horse who won it, Lottery.
Well, that's exactly what it is. Thanks very much indeed, Derek Thompson. The race underway at 4 o'clock, and I can dream about QPR winning the Premier League.
You can. How nice to hear Derek though, that because it's just a voice you know.
Oh, without doubt, yeah, without doubt.
Lovely stuff. Stumptown, I think, sounds like a good one.
But we have a rule, don't we? If I tip a horse, I only remind you if it wins. Yeah.
Is it?
If it wins.
Yeah.
If it loses, which is what normally happens, then we never mention it again. Golden rule. Golden rule. Right, still to come, we're going to take you through the papers with Duncan and Kevin. That's coming up next.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Well, the end of February marks the beginning of the holy month of Ramadan, and the Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer was quick to wish all Muslims Ramadan Mubarak.
Yes, he was, and the royal family also took to their Twitter feed, and they have millions of followers to mark the occasion, sending their best wishes to Muslims in the UK, Commonwealth and all around the world.
Which is all very nice, and quite right, of course, because there are many, many Muslims who are in the Commonwealth, which the royal family heads. However, what's been said for the Christians?
Zippo.
Because there's been a deafening silence from, well, the royal family, politicians and many others as Christians mark the beginning of Lent, despite the fact the King is, of course, head of the Church of England.
Yes, it's all rather disappointing. Shall we get the reaction of the former chaplain to Queen Elizabeth II, Dr Gavin Ashenden? Thank you very much indeed, Gavin, for coming on. Are Christians being forgotten in this country? I am taken aback by the fact that the royal family would take to their Twitter feed, which is watched by millions of people, to celebrate the holiday of Ramadan, but no mention of Lent, no mention of Shrove Tuesday, no mention of Ash Wednesday, nothing.
Yes, it's all very odd and it's not easy to understand because, as you quite rightly said, it's the right and courteous thing to do to wish Muslims well on what is for them a very important feast day. Why would we not want to be courteous and generous and supportive to people quite rightly pursuing their own religious devotions? But it's as well as two-tier policing, we appear to be having two-tier religion in this country, because as you say, there's complete silence for the Christians, who still make up nearly 50% of the country.
GB News, the People's Channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Headliners on GB News, 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
8:40, time for the papers with Kevin and Duncan. Morning, you two.
Morning.
Right, we've got some lighter stuff, which is nice. In the Times, Kevin, British slang being used in the States.
Yeah, so amazingly, you know, we've always known that American culture comes over to this country mainly through television, kids saying American words. Well, it turns out that it's now starting to go the other way because of things like YouTube influencers, British influencers being viewed by Americans. So they've got a list here of words which the Americans are now using, British words, including bonkers.
That's very with it.
Trousers.
Oh, instead of pants.
Now, there's a couple here that I can't say on a family show, but cheeky, like I'm going for a cheeky pint.
Right. Yeah.
That's another one. Dodgy. Kerfuffle.
Kerfuffle.
So they want to use a kerfuffle.
Banter.
Kerfuffle.
And aggro.
Right.
So they're now being used by Americans. And Q, actually, interestingly, Q instead of line.
Oh, yeah.
Americans say
line. Really?
Because my kids watch, I think, a lot of American stuff on Netflix and what have you, and they talk about the line, standing in the line, and I have to always say, no, we don't say the line in this country, we say Q. And they also say shopping cart.
Thrash them. Thrash them. Get the big stick out.
I won't be happy until the Americans adopt gosh, blimey and crikey.
Well, that might be coming soon.
By Jove.
That'd be nice, you never know. I want to see what these ones are that you can't mention.
Oh, wow.
They begin with B.
They both begin with B.
Yeah.
All right, oh well.
Well, look, I'm just seeing something else beginning with B.
I'll tell you off air.
All right, OK.
I've just seen...
Wonky. Wonky's another one.
Wonky, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. So it's good, actually, that we're starting to, you know, give a bit of British culture over to the Americans.
Well, maybe we should slap a tariff on those words.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Now let's talk Birmingham bins, and the busiest rat man is catching rodents the size of a dog.
Yeah, so we've seen the pictures, haven't we, over the several weeks of this rubbish piling up in Brum. And there's this guy in The Guardian today called Will Timms, affectionately known as Birmingham's Rat Man, who is probably earning quite a few quid at the moment.
Where there's muck, there's brass.
Absolutely that, yeah. And demand for his services for his firm WJ Pest Solutions has increased because of the ongoing bin strike at Birmingham City Council. And what's been interesting about this story is we have seen politicians come out in the last couple of weeks, predominantly Conservative politicians, scoring points against Labour, because, of course, it's a Labour City Council. I think there are, across the Birmingham region, 8 Labour MPs. You've got a Labour mayor, and, you know, some Conservative politicians are going, well, this is what happens when you allow Labour to run your services. Though, of course, the issue of Birmingham City Council is it's a bankrupt council over a lot of payouts in the past around equal pay. So it runs quite deep, this issue.
Yeah. What's interesting when you read it is they say that the more wealthy areas in Birmingham, they're fine because they can, they've got cars and they can drive
to a tip
and take the stuff to the tip.
Yeah.
Whereas it's mainly the poorer areas who might not have to, they might have to rely on public transport. So obviously they can't do that.
Yeah.
So they're completely stuck. It's terrible. So you really hope they get it sorted soon.
Duncan, I'm very concerned that emojis can cause breakups.
Yeah, this is an intriguing story. So there's yet another survey, and what they've done is they've asked people to reveal the reasons for ending a relationship or breaking up, and overusing smiley faces. on a WhatsApp or text message is one of the most common reasons for a breakup, according to this survey.
I'm surprised you're still married, Kevin.
I love my emojis. No, but I think it's an age thing as well, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it
I think
is.
if you're like our age, shall we say, and you're using a lot of emojis, it looks a bit...
It does look
You're trying a bit too hard, aren't you?
Yeah.
There's some other reasons in here, including relationships ending because you hate a partner's taste in film and TV, and also having different star signs or being allergic to a pet.
Right. Well, that's sort of, yeah.
Let's-
They're clearly not meant together.
Let's finish it off on these wedding favourites. Top 10 most requested songs by Gen Z. What do you think the top one is?
Well, this is great, isn't it? Because we're all of a certain generation, aren't we?
When we had all this...
Yeah, when music was good, Kevin.
Yeah, that's like, back in our day, so much better. But the 10 most requested songs for a wedding party by Gen Z, young folk. Number 1 is Murder on the Dance Floor.
Well, I mean...
Felix Baxter. The 10 most requested first dance songs, Thinking Out Loud by Ed Sheeran.
No, I don't know.
That's awful.
It's awful.
Well, look, come on.
I like
Look
it.
what else is on this list. Al Green, Let's Stay
Let's Stay
Together.
I love that. That's a classic.
Come on.
That's a classic.
I think that's a bit doom and gloom.
Let's stay
together.
I did a karaoke on that in Jamaica one time.
What about My Girl, The Temptations?
It's a bit old, isn't it? It's a bit old, though.
Can't Take My Eyes Off You, pretty soppy. Andy Williams. So it's basically what they're saying is that these days there are no big bands like there used to be knocking out really good tunes.
Banging tunes.
The one that I think the most annoying, possibly the most annoying song, Dancing in the Moonlight. Oh, it's been covered by pretty much everyone. But if you're in search of some... Oh, thank you, lads, by the way.
Yes,
you didn't even say
you.
thank you.
You didn't. You're so rude.
Very well.
She's obsessed with holiday hotspots, aren't you? Here's the forecast.
I hope it doesn't rain.
Don't worry about it.
It'll spoil our holiday.
Relax, we're totally covered.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Although some of the sunniest and warmest weather across Europe is in the UK at the moment, there'll still be some fine weather for parts of Spain. However, an area of rain is moving into Portugal, Madeira, just about avoiding Canaries for Sunday. Further east into central, eastern and southern Spain, as well as Gibraltar, sunny spells. Showers for Italy and for Greece, not as lively as the thunderstorms we saw last week. Then it turns a bit colder for Italy and Greece later next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Tomorrow on GB News Breakfast, we've got a treat for you.
It's me, Angela Rippon.
For just one morning, the broadcast and Strictly Star joins the breakfast team to bring you all the news as it happens.
Nice positive story then.
Another special day here on GB News.
Well, we're still here after the last one.
GB News Breakfast with me, Stephen Dixon, and Angela Rippon. Tomorrow from 6.
Yes, we'll be around for a while.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
please bring us up to date.
Or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new Royal Newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Now, Emmanuel Macron's aides have claimed his fragrance is overpowering. Apparently, he sprays himself with industrial amounts, like most men.
They say that his scent enters the room before him.
I don't know what's wrong with that. Anyway, should we talk to perfume expert Katie Puckrick, who's here? Good morning.
Good morning.
What's going wrong here? Because everyone likes a lovely smell.
Nothing's going wrong. This is absolutely right. The thing that I always say about perfume is it's a spell you cast on yourself.
Oh, I like that.
It reinforces your persona and broadcasts it out to the world. So that's just what he's doing. He's just enhancing his natural...
Or he's creating an environment where no one can breathe. I know, like,
popcorn lung is what they call it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, some of these new ones, the Sauvage and all those, they're lovely, but it's like they've overdosed on it. So they put so much that actually it literally, they're there and you're like... Oh.
Nana, here's what I say about it. I think, this is my advice for the president, I think that he needs to have a bigger perfume wardrobe, because what happens to all of us is that if we have one signature scent, we lose the ability to smell it anymore. And so that's what happens with, like, grandmas who just overdo those big jasmine-y, rosy perfumes, is they have one scent. Switch it up. Mr. Macron, you need 2 or 3, and then you will notice when you overspray.
What sort of smells should we be going for as gentlemen?
Well, I think...
Sophisticated gentlemen.
Well, if he is truly wearing Eau Sauvage, which was created in 1966, and it was very much a Mad Men Don Draper fragrance, that is the ultimate in sophistication. However, I think it's been misreported, and I think he's wearing a more contemporary version of Eau Sauvage, or even perhaps that very basic version, which is the Johnny Depp spokesmodel version called Sauvage. Wow. And so those ones have a big aroma chemical footprint. They're very loud, they're very bold, and they're a little common, is what I'd say.
They are. They've become common, I think.
Yes.
Because it's such a nice smell, everyone's using it. And unfortunately, they buy this one thing of it, and you only need to use a tiny bit.
Sure.
And those who follow that use a tiny bit, and it stays, but they use it for years.
I like to put plenty on.
Well, plenty on is fine. What I would say for you is perhaps put some, not up around here, maybe as you're getting ready on the chest, maybe even just down at the back of the legs, like under your clothes, inside the back of your coat, so it just kind of glows around you in a lovely haze, and not like Chernobyl.
Right, OK.
That's nice.
Is that where we go wrong? Because I do tend to sort of just spray it in the visible areas.
Don't spray it in the invisible areas. You want to draw people to you. You don't want to do a foghorn repelling situation.
Right.
But President Macron is doing the things that the ancient pharaohs, the kings and the queens did, because only those higher-ups could afford the fancy stuff. They could only afford, you know, the oud woods, the incense, the jasmine. The hoi polloi couldn't touch that stuff.
Yeah, stuff like oud is getting quite popular again.
Oh, it's been popular for a while.
Oh, it has, yeah. I remember I went out with the guy who asked me to buy that for his birthday. I realised it was over 250 quid. I went, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a very rare wood, and it is produced over years and years. It's not something you can just mix up in the lab.
Yeah. OK. Well, I need to go shopping for some new fragrances. Katie, really good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. You didn't get your fragrancy, smelly smell.
No, I didn't. No, never mind. Anyway, coming up next, it's Saturday Morning Live with Charlie and Miriam. Good morning, you two.
Good morning. It's great to be here, and we're looking forward to joining you for this brand new lineup for Saturday Morning Live from 10 o'clock. And we're going to be talking about this new recommendation from the Climate Change Committee. Should flights be rationed? Should rich people give up their flights so that poorer people can have holidays? We'll be discussing that. Is this just a new form of eco-communism? And we're also going to be looking at the new Trump tariffs. Will they be bad for Britain? Has Brexit been a success?
And also, is there a free speech element to those tariffs? JD Vance in the Oval Office said that Britain had a free speech problem. Will they be looking into that in Britain now as part of these new trade arrangements? We've had an anti-abortion activist convicted this week. Their lawyer will be in the studio with us on this new look Saturday Morning Live. I hope you can join us coming up after this break, Miriam.
Absolutely. It's going to be fun. Stay tuned.
And here's your weather.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Apart from some low cloud out there during the morning, it's going to be once again a sunny day for the vast majority, feeling warm in the sunshine but feeling cold on the east coast. We've still got this North Sea wind blowing, a brisk wind for southern and eastern parts of the country. The low cloud, inland at least, will burn away by the afternoon, and then it's widespread blue skies once again. But some low cloud will linger across the coast of the north and east of Scotland, as well as northeast England. And here, with that wind, it's going to feel chilly, 8 or 9 Celsius at best. Where we've got the sunshine elsewhere, though, high teens or even low 20s in 1 or 2 spots. So marked contrast in temperature, and for Scotland at least, marked contrast in sunshine and clear skies, with the east and the north seeing some patchy low cloud, whilst cloud-free skies are expected elsewhere. Northern Ireland, barely a cloud in the sky. Northwest England, Wales, likewise, still 16, 17 Celsius into the evening, so very nice end to the day if you are away from that North Sea coast.